Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the August 17th, 2026 Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty, I'm pretty sure everybody is excited once school starts to have students doing that, leading us in that again. So one of our last times doing it without them until school year ends. Treasurer Gustin, please call the attendance roll.
Ms. Armbruster.
Here.
Ms. Bolton.
Present.
Mr. Crossett.
Here.
Mr. Lindy.
Here.
Ms. Mapp.
Here.
Vice President Moffitt.
Here.
President Craig.
Here. Vice President Moffitt, please explain the virtual hearing of the public process.
Gladly. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. Rob, do we have any people online? Okay. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact info.
Alrighty, the agenda was distributed for tonight's meeting. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second for our August 17th, 2026 business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
And Treasurer Gustin, do your thing.
Ms. Armbruster.
Yes.
Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Mr. Crossett.
Yes.
Mr. Lindy.
Yes.
Ms. Mapp.
Yes.
Vice President Moffitt. President Craig.
Yes. All right, so tonight's agenda is approved as posted. We'll now move to our announcements and acknowledgements. Do any board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Board Member Armbruster.
Hey, I'm so excited. I think Rob put together a couple slides for me. I'll wait for those to come up. I had a wonderful last few days. I got to, on Saturday, this top corner picture is a group of us that were able to attend a Stop the Violence event that was hosted by a 2025 Taft graduate that a few of us had the pleasure of getting to know during the Widening the Lens series, which was amazing. And this student, or graduate now, planned this whole event last year by himself and had a community support behind him this year. And he's just really focused on providing a community space for gathering. This one happened to be in the West End, so people could feel safe and build community. They were giving out back to school supplies. The vice mayor brought a proclamation to honor Antoine. It was just a really, really lovely evening. And then this morning, I actually got to attend PD for the district for all of our PE teachers and help them learn how to do ultimate frisbee, which is a sport that my husband has enjoyed for many, many years. So I was really excited to be able to attend and help our teachers learn how to teach a sport that is continuing to grow and is just a fun way to gather people. So I had a lovely morning with our district. And I saw PD in person, and it went very well.
Awesome. And again, I will second Board Member Brewster's statements about Antoine. He was pretty powerful to meet when we did Widening the Lens, and it's even more powerful to hear that he's been doing these for the last couple of years by himself. So it's our youth doing great things. Other board members with acknowledgements or announcements? Board Member Crossett.
Yeah, I don't have any slides, but I got to attend the new teacher day out at Woodward High School, and we had a great group of people, lots of energy, lots of orientation and speakers, and it was really exciting to see everybody new there and feel the energy in the room. It was great. So thank you.
Awesome. Board Member Matt.
Yeah, so I just wanted to acknowledge the Back to School Bash that was hosted at Washington Park. It was an amazing event. We had a large turnout of families and students and just district representation. And so it was really a great time. So I just wanted to give kudos to the team for putting that together and also just welcoming our students and our families and our teachers back this week for an exciting school year.
Awesome. Awesome. I will echo Board Member Mapp's kudos for the back to school event. I was told by some folks afterwards that we need a bigger space because we had too many people at Washington Park at one time. And those folks showed up at like 9 a.m. to be waiting in line for resources and materials. So they were doing much better than I was getting up that early. Other kudos or announcements or acknowledgements? I just want to give a kudos to all of the wonderful people in our district who worked very hard to make sure our buildings are back and operational. We had what is becoming too often what used to be once in a lifetime type storms that hit areas, now becoming like a yearly occurrence. And so many people in our district had to work really hard to make sure our buildings both were ready for staff to go into them, but also that they're getting ready for the start of the school year, which is coming up. And so those are often the folks that we don't see and we don't get the chance to hear from or talk to a large number, but they are the true unsung folks who make the buildings work. And so I appreciate all the hard work they were doing. I saw some of the folks out there clearing out trees and brushes from areas. I saw some of the folks out making sure that they did not get electrocuted as they cleared off some of the branches from these down power lines. But I also wanted to give a kudos to some of the folks within the community also who kind of stepped up and helped out in certain spaces, because I know the other part that we worry about and with the kids going to school, and we've talked about this a lot, but the transportation pathways. And there were a lot of folks I saw in our communities who were pulling branches down and pulling things out of the middle of streets and really trying to take care of their communities. And that's what Cincinnati does. That's what specifically our district families do and our district neighbors do. So very happy for all of those folks. I'll give one other kudo to, just as we get ready to start the school year, to all of the wonderful parents who get to be without their child from 8:30 to 3 or 8:30 to 4 each day again. I know a lot of parents are really happy to have their kids back in school with their friends and back in learning environments, but also more importantly, back to a routine that is regularly kept. And so as we start this school year off in a couple of days, it'll be nice to have so many of our wonderful kids filling our spaces again. Anything else from board members? Oh, Vice President Moffitt.
That was just going to be my kudos, is that, we are here, as the superintendent says, for kids. And my favorite people are the little people, like literally and figuratively. They're taller than me, but the excitement in the buildings, the staff, the ones that, to your point, that we see and that we don't see, we are really here for the kids. So I'm super excited because the next board meeting, we will actually have a Pledge of Allegiance from kids. And not just President Craig talking about, I pledge allegiance. Oh my gosh. I'm excited that we'll have some young people, some young voices. So the next meeting, it's going to be energetic. Hopefully, President Craig, we can get some kids coming to the meetings so that we can be reminded of our why. But to all the parents and the staff and the superintendent and treasurer, you all have done phenomenally this summer. We don't say it enough. I know we fuss at you a lot, particularly me, and to all the staff. You all have done really good. This is going to be the pivotal year as we get reminded of our why. So to my colleagues, just taking a moment of time to say we made it to another school year. So congrats and good luck, everybody.
And then before I go over to the superintendent, I just want to echo, because I echoed other folks. So I want to echo Board Member Cross's point also, because new teachers are things that makes our district grow each year. And I think it's so important that they get the best impression. So I know there was a couple of folks that were there. I wasn't able to attend, but I know there's a few of the folks that were there that were able to give them the knowledge that the board is there in support of them. And so I happened to have a conversation with someone over last week that talked about the need for that energy that comes with a new teacher in a building who's super passionate, who brings the energy levels up, who makes everyone inspired to be in that room. And so it's great to have us there in support of them as well. But Superintendent Murphy, Treasurer Guston, any kudos, announcements?
Thank you, President Craig. I do have one certificated staff member who is retiring that I want to share with everyone and celebrate for a moment. Mary Kay Kunkel is a teacher at Gilbert A. Dater High School. I actually met Mary Kay at the School for Creative and Performing Arts many, many years ago. And so just kudos to Ms. Kunkel and her retirement. Thank you for your years of service. And then I do have announcements that many of you have already covered, but I do want to start with the Back to School Fest. Thank you so much for everyone who came out, those who weren't, but they were there in thought. We definitely appreciate it. It's absolutely beautiful. So proud of Cincinnati Public Schools. So grateful that the weather held off for our Back to School Fest. Thank you to our school community partnership team as well as our comms team, and to every school, every department, facilities who was there at I don't know what time and then stayed late too. I'm so grateful for all of you. You did it once again. Thank you so much. And then on the next slide, just want to acknowledge again, our partnerships are so very important to us. And in this particular partnership with the University of Cincinnati, just being all in on our principals for our second, now you can say annual Principal Leadership Institute that was held August 4th through the 6th. Really specialized not only in hearing from former university presidents, professors at the university, appreciative to President Craig for spending a bit of time with us as well. But this year we did something special and we had our own staff present to one another, and it was absolutely amazing. And so I'm definitely appreciative of the University of Cincinnati. Deb Klein, it was the leader of this particular work. Thank you for working on it. It's a whole year's of work to come to these 3 days, so we're grateful. And then finally, super excited about this. The Teach Cincinnati program vision began under Superintendent Laura Mitchell and with the support of the board at that time, and every year moving forward, including our current board. I just want to tell you this year, in the picture you see 4 young people. We have 5 young people graduating from Miami University. They are CPS graduates who have completed the Teach program and are coming back to our district to work in our classrooms. They were at the new teacher induction that Mr. Crossett mentioned, and I'm just super excited. They symbolize the start of a whole new career.
Alrighty, I will turn the mic over to Vice President Moffitt for our hearing of the public.
We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you have any materials or presentations wanting to be distributed to the board, please give them to our board administrative assistant, Ms. Phyllis Davis, who has her hand up. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you will be invited to enter. You should click, well, Rob, do we have any online speakers? Okay. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions that you do have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we do appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personal items. And after speaking, if you are online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. How many speakers online, Rob?
Thank you, Dr. Moppett. We have 6 speakers online today.
Oh, wow. Okay, we've got a lot. So I'm going to call speakers down while we entertain some of our online speakers. And you may have a seat in the front. And get ready. I've got Miss Selena McKenzie. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Kathleen Jump. Samantha Searles. I hope that's right. And Naomi Green. Rob, let's start with our first 2 or 3 speakers online.
Thank you. Our first speaker tonight will be Jennifer Myrie with the NAACP. Jennifer, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your camera and microphone. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Myrie. I am the Education Committee Chair for the Cincinnati NAACP, where David Whitehead is the president. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the board members and CPS leadership for your professionalism and tact you displayed against the verbal assaults during last meeting. In particular, thank you, Board President Craig, for your continued calls for decorum in the face of intense pressure. What we witnessed was disappointing and embarrassing, not just for CPS, but for the entire city of Cincinnati. It is profoundly ironic that individuals who show up demanding do your job would never tolerate that same aggressive, hostile treatment in their own workspaces or classrooms. When vital conversations regress into hostility, it does more than erode public trust. It bleeds directly into the school buildings and creates tension and uncertainty that harms the entire community. Real progress demands genuine collaboration, not public hostility or strong arm tactics. The CPS community now must actively build a path forward that heals divisions to achieve this. I urge the board to take 3 immediate actionable steps. Continue structured dialogue forums, transition away from intense comment periods by holding regular town halls where community members can build and board leadership can engage in open collaborative discussion. Form an independent oversight committee. Engage trusted community members and local experts to help ensure the district stays aligned with board goals and operates within established policies. Empower leaders to share spending. Invite principals and department heads to present directly to the public on how funds are used, shedding light on the budget allocation and keeping our community informed. As a new school year begins, our primary focus is for students and dedicated staff to start the year focused, supported, and completely free from outside distractions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michelle Dunn. Michelle Dunn, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, it's saying I can't undo my video because it's disabled by the host. So I can just start speaking.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All righty.
There you go. We can
All
hear you.
right. My name is Michelle Dunn with Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, and we want to address an anonymous survey being distributed across Cincinnati by an out-of-town polling company. The survey sent to residents does not identify who paid for the survey or how the information will be used. What it does provide is a series of loaded, misleading, and sometimes plainly inaccurate statements attacking CPS. It appears designed to try and manufacture opposition to our levy by presenting accusations and then asking respondents how convincing those accusations are. The survey claims that CPS spending has increased while enrollment has declined, and that we have, quote, little to show for it. That ignores a decade of inflation, rising transportation and operating costs, and significant growth in the number and intensity of services required by students with disabilities and high needs. Serving these children is not a waste. In fact, it's our educational and legal responsibility, and our joy, might I add. The proposed Montessori Training Center is not a banquet hall or some frivolous expense. We train and credential high school Montessori educators for years. This is another way to respond to a genuine workforce development need, and it can generate revenue for CPS. The survey claims CPS plans to build some banquet hall. We have no such proposal. Perhaps the survey is confused Cincinnati with DC. Anyway, finally, it talks about promoting greater business involvement in directing school reform. Businesses should support our public schools, of course, employ our graduates, and provide student opportunities, and contribute their fair share. But Public education must remain publicly governed. Privatization is not the answer. I would ask the board and district leadership to please find out who commissioned and funded this survey and to publicly correct its false and misleading claims. The public deserves to know who is attempting to shape this debate and whose interests they represent. We deserve facts,
Time.
transparency, and an honest discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Laura Hirschberger. Laura, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Laura Hirschberger. I am a CPS parent, joining actually from the Walnut Hills Open House. And I'm a licensed social worker who has worked with the immigrant population in Cincinnati for the past 15 years. I spent 4 years as the mental health director at Catholic Charities, where we work with a high percentage of immigrant clients. I would like to express my concern about reassignment of ELL social workers to specific schools, as opposed to being available to provide services to the whole ELL population, which to my understanding is a very big part of the CPS community. I can tell you from my years of experience as a social worker with the immigrant community that the needs of these students are distinct from the needs of other students. Support systems that are available to the non-immigrant population are also often not available or much less accessible for immigrant families. And not all social workers are trained or experienced in helping families navigate those needs. The current ELL social workers will not be able to focus their attention on the unique needs of those students. And students who don't go to one of those 4 schools that the social workers have been assigned are less likely to receive the services they need from a social worker who can communicate to them in their language and or has experience and training in helping immigrant families. This is a really difficult time for immigrant families, and it is so important that our community steps forward to show support. I ask you to please reconsider this change so that CPS can be a school system that is responsive to the needs of all of their students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next online speaker will be Megan Graham. Megan, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I just clicked later for the video instead of okay. There we go. Hi, my name is Megan Graham. I'm a community member, and I also have worked with the immigrant population extensively as a teacher. I wanted to reiterate what our last speaker said about how many of our immigrant students don't qualify for services that other students might. For example, their families may have Social Security, Medicaid, unemployment, housing assistance, food stamps, WIC, financial aid. All those things are largely inaccessible to our immigrant communities. However, they do receive an education, and our social workers, especially the bilingual school social workers who support our immigrant students, help with SEL groups, acculturation and culture shock, counseling, a connection to community organizations that aren't government funded that might be able to help, attendance and school transfer, or even just having a culturally relevant role model that they can connect with and bond with. Our schools are still accountable to a wealth of results, as well as all the report card data. And our immigrant students often can represent multiple like dings on the report card because they can meet multiple criteria that the state is monitoring, such as their EL status, being low income, being a minority race. Some of them have disabilities. And so when we're looking at categories such as attendance and graduation, these are students who can improve our report card greatly, but also bring them down if they're not supported. So besides the moral obligation that we have for supporting and educating all students, especially those least supported by our larger society, I just want to remind us all that it's kind of shooting ourselves in the foot and impractical, sorry,
Time.
to eliminate school social workers who serve this population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Laurel Staley. Laurel, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your camera and microphone. Laurel? Dr. Moffat, we'll keep trying to
Okay.
get this individual on.
All right. Well, when Laurel comes back, we'll entertain her, but let's start with Selena. And then next up would be Kathleen Jump. You have the floor for 2 minutes. Is the light on?
Testing. Okay.
I got you. You got the floor for 2 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Selena McKenzie, and I'm a teacher at Western Hills University High School. I'm here to express my disappointment of the district's decision to eliminate our school's bilingual English language learner social worker, as well as other similar positions throughout the district, and demand these positions be reinstated immediately. When furlough days and budget cuts were announced in the summer, specific messaging regarding students' emotional needs from the district were shared. For example, we are told, quote, every school will continue to have access to counseling and social work services, and we will continue working to ensure students receive the care, support, and opportunities they need to reach their full potential. That helped assuage fears that our immigrant students wouldn't lose their most vital and specific supports, but only briefly. Just last Thursday, we learned our school's bilingual social worker would no longer be at West High, leaving our students with no bilingual staff who are specifically trained to support and care for them in times of crisis. And I say crisis because crisis is exactly what happens in a high ELL population school like West High. I would be remiss to not use this time to remind everyone of the fact of the terrifying situation in April when Gratis County Police entered West High to verify immigrant student information on behalf of ICE. We turned ICE away, but when it came to the emotional distress this caused our students, our ELL social worker support afterward to our students was critical. Who will be there to support when ICE continues to terrorize our students and show up to our school again? Who will understand and help them process their grief? How can students reach their full potential that the district states they prioritize without this vital personnel? They don't thrive. They just survive. And we all know students thrive only when they're provided with the equitable and necessary supports they all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kathleen Jump.
Do I need to push something? No. Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Jump. I'm a Cincinnati resident. I'm a CPS mother of 3 and a Spanish-speaking ELL school social worker. Thank you for approving the title funding for our 4 crucial ELL school social worker roles last June, proving your commitment to our emerging multilingual communities during a budget crisis. I fear that there may have been an oversight last week when our positions were redesigned to be building focused and locked in on one building instead of serving our ELL students district-wide. I'd like to talk about how this added building level responsibility as a building assigned as a building social worker instead of an ELL school social worker involves too many tasks that will prevent us as a team from serving in the specific roles allocated for in the June budget decision. When we are locked into individual buildings, vulnerable ELL students across the rest of the district lose access to culturally competent clinical care. High need areas like Price Hill stand to lose vital lifelines. Last year, we saw an increase in risky behaviors. As one who serves Price Hill elementary schools, I was busy constantly with drug abuse, alcohol abuse, sexual behaviors within our young children's elementary school. I'm standing here because our families do not have a voice in this room. For many, it is simply not safe to come here and advocate. As their social workers, we are their trusted proxies. Our multilingual team is not a replaceable service. We are not just translators. Relying on outside interpreter services to fill clinical gaps is far less effective for child navigating trauma and significantly more expensive for the district. Fortunately, the PSC, the Positive School Culture Assignment Committee, has a plan to make this more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha, is it Searles? Searles. I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Searles. I am a taxpayer and resident of West Price Hill, and I serve as a program director at Ignite Peace, formerly known as IJPC, the Intercommunity Justice and Peace Center. For nearly 10 years, I have worked alongside members of our community to protect and defend the rights of Cincinnati's immigrant families. The ELL staff of CPS has been with me since day one, bringing insight, expertise, and an unwavering commitment to their ELL students. They are on the front lines, supporting vulnerable children whose parents might not be there when they get home from school. They're communicating with nervous teenagers worried about being pulled over and detained on their drive home. They're standing with heartbroken families like the family of Alfonso Villalobos Pirela. They're speaking out for their students like Emerson Colindres. They are providing trauma-informed care to young people who should never have to experience what they're experiencing. They are providing life-saving resources in this unprecedented time. I myself am an educated social worker, and so is my colleague Becky, who actually worked as a school social worker. She told me, quote, "The ELL team was integral to not only navigating language barriers, but creating bridges by the gaps left in our school system for immigrant students and families. Specialized care is important and needed. We need ELL social workers now more than ever." Innocent immigrant families are being attacked from every angle. We need all the help we can get. Be a part of the solution, not the problem. Keep our ELL social workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Green?
Good evening. My name is Naomi Green. I am one of the 4 ELL social workers in our district. Just this past year, the average number of SEL interventions for just one of us ELL social workers was 680. Multiply that by the 4 of us, and we get 2,720 per year. That's only SEL support, not to mention attendance interventions. That's 2,720 meaningful interactions with students, helping them feel seen and like they belong. Listening to them cry to us and telling us that they don't want to live anymore. Helping them regulate, listening as they share some of the most heartbreaking and horrific details of their lives. Details that I would hope none of us would ever have to endure. And when I say I mean any of the 4 of us, because that's the work that all of us do. I've listened to kids tell me about being violated by adults, by peers, telling me about seeing multiple dead bodies, seeing people being maimed, having parents murdered, having parents taken away by ICE, having to become breadwinners all of a sudden for their families, and taking on the weight of the world on their very young shoulders. I have cried and counseled with students who saw their peers drown in front of their eyes during the school year. I have seen the bruises on their young bodies left by abusers. I have celebrated graduation with students who had literally no one else in this country to celebrate with them. And last Monday, 2 days before school reopened, a parent reached out to me to tell me that their little baby had passed away and to ask me to please check on their older children in their schools. And of course, I said yes, because I have a relationship of trust with them, and they don't trust anybody else in their schools, partly because of a language barrier. And how can I now, 2 days, having received notice 2 days before the school was supposed to reopen, that I can't do that anymore? How can I look that parent in the eye and tell them that CPS is here for their children? The children of our immigrant families, they have lost so much already. They have had so much taken away from them. They have had loved ones disappear from their lives overnight without notice. We are trying to help them heal, and we're trying to help them learn to trust again. So I beg with you, please do not force us to just be one more person to disappear from their lives.
Thank you. Before I call my next set, Rob, did our speaker come back online? No worries. We'll just keep on trucking. Calling down Carolyn Marks, Sarah Madrigal. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Lindsay LaRoche, Reverend Marty Swords Horrell, Jane, I'm gonna let you pronounce your last name for me. Nancy Sullivan. Rob, do we have our online person? It's been,
Check. Yeah, Dr. Moffitt, she could not stay, but she did give me a brief statement.
Okay, would you like to read it?
Okay. I believe that ELL support personnel are very important in helping our children get the most out of their education in CPS. As a longtime resident taxpayer, I support CPS and want all of our children to have everything they need to succeed. Most importantly, ELL support for those for whom English is not their first language. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carolyn, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Marks. I am a Cincinnati resident and taxpayer. I am also a local immigration attorney. I work mostly with children, a vast majority of whom are Cincinnati public school students. I've been doing this work for about 12 years, but never in a worse or more dangerous political climate than I am right now for these immigrant students and their families. A large amount of that work ends up being pro bono, given the ages of the students and the economic situations of their families. But through my work, I have been able to assist local immigrant youth, again, many of whom are current and former Cincinnati public school students, safely and effectively on a path towards lawful status, stable home environments, work authorization, studying at university, and permanent residency. I can't do that work if I can't connect with, I don't know how to do that work and connect with, without being able to connect with these students and their families. Without the ELL social workers who work at CPS, I don't even know how to begin to assist these students and their families when things get difficult for them. When I heard that the ELL social worker positions at certain CPS schools were being reassigned and eliminated, I was truly shocked. This is already an underserved group of students, and the idea of removing more resources from the ELL students speaks volumes about the value that this board assigns to them. And I noticed all your signs in the hallway when I walked in this building. They all say, "Here for kids," which is a really nice slogan, but I was just wondering if you could tell me which kids. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Miss Sarah Salt, you can come down
Salt.
too. No, you go. No. Sarah, you come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. The other Sarah, you come down. You're good. You're good, Miss Sarah.
All right, well, many of you know my name is Sarah Madrigal. I'm a social worker here in the district formerly serving our ELL students as of last Monday. I would love to say that it's a pleasure or an honor to be here tonight. Unfortunately, that would be a lie. It is a disappointment that I'm back again, begging you all to see the value and the dignity of the students that I serve. I want to be clear when I start this conversation by acknowledging that the reason I'm here is not a budget issue. This is not a budget issue, it's an allocation issue. Until last Monday, the social work department had looked at the needs of our students and the fully funded budget that we were given, and we allocated resources where they were most needed. And then Monday, suddenly, we were told that those allocations weren't correct because one school, one social worker felt more important than serving all students. Sorry. It's so important we can serve these students at a level that actually meets all of their needs and not just superficially by using interpreter service as a stopgap measure to help them in times of trauma. We were told very specifically, like, you are a building social worker, do not respond to trauma in other schools, do not respond to crises in other schools. Did any of you ask yourselves where these services come from when we stop providing them? Does anyone know what community resources exist to help these students? Because I can tell you that they don't exist. The wait list for mental health services at places like Catholic Charities often top 100 in the middle of the school year. Who's helping them? What were the plans when you took these services away with no replacement in the worst possible time to be an immigrant in this community? I don't understand. Every time you've looked at me and told me my students have value and that you see me and see them as being equal to everybody else, I cannot understand how you can look at me and tell me this when you have that allocation and the ability to continue to do this work, you stop doing it. What is the point of that? Who's helped and why? I cannot ever stand up here and feel super proud of being a part of this district. I feel proud of the work that I do. I feel proud of the students that I serve. I do not feel proud of being put in a situation where I can't do my job best because the students that I am particularly trained to serve don't matter as much as the concept of a social worker per building. So please consider what you're doing. Thank you.
Lindsay LaRoche. And forgive me if I mispronounce everybody's name.
Good evening, Superintendent Murphy, President Craig, and the rest of the board. I'm Lindsay LaRock. I'm a teacher at Western Hills High School. And I'm here tonight because I'm worried about what happens to our English language learners when the person they turn to a crisis is not there anymore. Just a few days before the start of the school year, our bilingual ELL social worker and the teachers who depend on her found out that her position was being eliminated at West High. This is not simply a position, it's a person our students trusted and have relied on. She's been a vital part of our West High family for years. She could go into students' homes and communicate with families in their own language. When a student was scared, overwhelmed, or experiencing a crisis, she could sit with that student and communicate with them. She understood that sometimes a student's biggest barrier is not just learning English, it's what they're carrying with them, and our students are carrying a lot. Our school, as Selena mentioned, was one of the schools impacted by the gratis police officers working under ICE contract when they came to visit this past school year. This shook up our school community, and our ELL social worker was essential during this time. We have students that are frightened about immigration. We have students worried about their parents and their families. These are not hypothetical fears for them. These are real. One of our seniors this past year was detained by ICE and missed graduation. And as a teacher, I do not have all the knowledge on how to guide my students through these difficult situations. Now, at the same time, we're taking away one of their most important sources of support. I know our building-based social worker will do everything that she can. She's already being asked to take on additional responsibilities, and teachers are being asked to absorb even more. We have full classrooms, we have curriculum to teach, and students who need us academically. We cannot also be expected to replace the specialized support of a social worker. If you're serious about supporting students, we have to support the whole child, not just their academic needs in the classroom, but also their emotional safety, their family stability, and the support systems that allow them to learn in the first place. So I ask you as the board to reconsider this decision and to recognize that eliminating this position at West High and the other schools impacted does not eliminate the needs of these students. These needs will still be there. The difference is that we'll have fewer people equipped to meet them. Our ELL students deserve more than simply having their academic needs met. They deserve to feel safe and supported and understood in their schools. And right now we are taking away one of the people who made that possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Marty.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for having this time of hearing. I'm Reverend Marty Swords Harrell. I'm a taxpayer and I live in Clifton. And I'd like to read a heartfelt plea by a parent from our church who prefers to remain anonymous. As you remove Naomi Green from her current position, I would like you to hear a little bit about our story with her. We are immigrants. From our very first day, Naomi helped us through the transition. When we arrived, my daughter spoke neither English nor Spanish. Naomi found wonderful students to help my children during those first days, children with whom they built friendships that continue. In less than a year, my daughter was accepted at Walnut Hills. For us as parents, adjusting was more difficult. Naomi helped us with applications, enrollment, transitions between different schools, not just Withrow. There was no one else who spoke our language. And even when you learn quickly, it's impossible to understand a new culture in such a short time. Throughout this entire period, Naomi was our source of support, helping us communicate, help us to be understood, helping us to feel less alone. Immigrating is already very difficult. Today, with so many families facing even greater challenges and so much uncertainty, this kind of support is more important than ever. So I ask you to consider not only what Naomi has meant to our family and also the other ELL social workers, but what her presence means to all the families, what all their presence means to all the families. So many things are already being taken away and making our lives more difficult. Please don't take the ELL social workers away from us too.
Thank you. Jane. I'm going to let you pronounce your last name for me. Don't want to mess it up.
My name is Jane Paraskevopoulos, rhymes with Porkopolis, and I am a product of Cincinnati Public Schools and Cincinnati, as you can tell. My story is of just two students who've been receiving a lot of help. They were doing really well in school and excelled, worked hard, and then one day we got word that their parents had been detained and put in the prison up in Hamilton, Ohio, and the kids were in school. I was one of several families that hosted the children during this time. They managed to do okay because they have a lot of support. They had incredible support from the social worker that worked with them. Their parents had just great faith in the social worker that worked with them. The students made it through their school year. The 14-year-old boy was one of the top in his class. The 16-year-old girl is now going on to her junior year, and she plays the violin. And Cincinnati Public has done wonders for them. And we're really hoping to be able to continue to help the students on this path, but I don't think it'll be as possible without the social worker that worked with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Sullivan.
Yes, Nancy Sullivan. My two sons graduated from CPS. I live on the west side, and I work every day as the director of Transformation CDC with mostly Hispanic immigrants. So that means, for instance, that most Hispanic parents were afraid to come down to the Washington Park event. So we hosted a big event for school supplies. And then I worked with Ms. Jump, who spoke earlier, to develop safe routes to and from school for the two neighborhood schools, Reese Price and Carson. So I'm very well acquainted with the community on the west side, the Hispanic community. So I want to tell you a story about the amazing person who preceded the 4 ELL. Some of you may remember Mary Jo Montenegro. And there was a child who was a step away from having been trafficked. And she was living with a relative she did not know at age 12 in order to babysit her kids 24/7. And when we said, no, you can't, the law is she has to go to school. Well, her father doesn't want her to. Mary Jo and I marched into the building where the mother lived, and her children were playing in the stairwell. They opened the door, there's mom in bed with her boyfriend, and Mary Jo didn't quit. She said, this girl has to go to school. No, her father doesn't want her to. They called the father in Mexico in order to get that child back in school. Will that be able to happen at West High? Will that be able to happen at these other schools? These people are essential. We couldn't have come up with the safe routes to school without Kathleen Jump, for example. Please.
You can finish your sentence, Miss Nancy. You can finish your sentence.
I think you understand what I want to say.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Sarah Soul.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Solt. I'm an ESL teacher. I've been with the Cincinnati Public Schools for 5 years. I've worked at Withrow University High School, Pleasant Hill Middle School, College Hill Academy, Hayes Porter, as well as Westwood, and have worked extensively with Kathleen Jump, Miss Green, Naomi Green, and Sarah Madrigal. A teacher is, and the student that the Reverend was talking about, I taught her in her first year in the United States. So a teacher is only as good as the student that they get to help succeed, and our MLL students face unique difficulties and barriers to education, communication being the most visible barrier, but not the only barrier they face. I can say with absolute confidence that without our ESL social workers, our MLL students would not be sitting in the seats. I've worked with elementary, middle, and high school ELL students and seen our social workers navigate firsthand homelessness, immigration procedures, pregnancies, mental health crises, and scarcity.
all while making sure they're in class to pass high school biology and English language arts. It's an extreme disservice to dismiss these positions, only 4 of them being held in the entire district, which is exactly what you would be doing to the already limited services we are able to provide for our MLLs. I urge you to reconsider this decision and reinstate our bilingual social workers within CPS. Thank you.
Thank you. President Craig, I believe that concludes our hearing of the public, and I turn it back over to you.
All righty. Thank you for that. So we'll move right into our presentations. And so our first presentation is on the long-awaited rollout of the strategic plan. So Superintendent Murphy, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Craig. Joining me today, we do have Ms. Craven Howe virtually from Bellwether, but I think today I'll deliver the presentation if that's acceptable to you, to the board. I want to begin by acknowledging first the Greater Cincinnati Foundation for their support in funding this strategic plan and their partnership in whatever and all input that they have given us for this plan. I also want to thank not only Bellwether, but Rice Education Consulting, who is a local consulting group partnering with Bellwether, the national consulting group. And so what you see is our best effort to present to you, board, and to the public what we believe to be our strategic plan for the 2026 to 2030 school years. And we are hoping at the end of this presentation, you would be willing to vote in support of this strategic plan. So on the next slide, Rob, you'll see a letter from me that really outlines what is included in this strategic plan. And it does talk about the years again being 2026 to 2030. It talks about the number of students, the staff members, the community members who participated in the development of coming up with 4 priorities with 14 results of that priority, of those priorities, 2 commitments that you'll hear about, the CPS promise and the 2030 commitment, and the steady progress that we expect to see as a result of this strategic plan, and also an effort and a plea to the community to work with us to see this strategic plan through. On the next slide, we talk about why we needed this plan, how the plan was built, where we stand with the plan. The board directed the treasurer and I to create a financial reality to align with the text that you'll find in this plan. Again, we mentioned the CPS promise that we're very proud to share, and that 2030 commitment, the 4 priorities and goals with measures, and then finally how we'll deliver and report to the board and to the public on this plan. So just to back up a little bit, this is a plan that we love because it's built by and for the community at large, both internal and external stakeholders. And on this slide, number 4, you'll see information about the school site visits, information about the survey that was completed, and town halls that were done. You'll see the names of specific school leaders who participated in town halls. You'll see staff, community members, and groups that participated in the development of this plan. On slide 5, participation continues. So not only members of our Board of Education and their one-on-one conversations, but we also had conversations with members of our audit committee, the steering committee, which is made up of the senior leadership team. Bellwether and Rice had conversations with a community advisory committee on multiple occasions. And then there were requests to speak with our local civic and community members and leaders that is also on page or slide 5. On slide 6, as we went through this process, starting with where we are, what is our foundation? There were many things that we're super proud of that were extracted. And so listed here, I think your slide says we're the largest, but we know that we're the second largest, just behind Columbus, Ohio. In the editing, I did not catch that. Please, I apologize. But we know that we are the second largest in the state of Ohio. First in the nation to open a public Montessori school, and super proud of the work that continues in the Montessori world, and knowing that we have people who want to come to CPS because of that and who want to visit to see what we do and how we do that business. We understand that we are a priority around public school choice, and that we specialize in magnets across many different disciplines, including arts and STEM, languages, and career and technical education. This board has remained committed to our community and the voice of the community, and we appreciate the $48 million levy that was passed in 2016, and later you'll see conversation acknowledgement that it has been 10 years since we've asked for new money. And then on the right side of slide 6, you'll see other reasons why we are proud to be a part of Cincinnati as a whole, and understanding where we fit into not only business community, but also the skilled trades that we're teaching our young people about and pouring into, and that we want to expand. Earlier in the day, we celebrated our Miami Teach students coming to actually work with us, who are graduates of Cincinnati Public School, who express interest in education, and so how we want to expand work in our college pathways. And then we also want to make sure that our young people are civic minded and that they contribute in a meaningful way to our community. And again, we acknowledge the Greater Cincinnati Foundation and their generous contribution, but we call that out very specifically in this plan. On slide 7, again, this plan is starting to build on the strengths that we know this district owns and that the board and the community has supported. So we mentioned again the very distinctive programs, whether they are in language or career and technical education, or having the best performing arts school, or being #1 in the state of Ohio with Walnut Hills High School. We have heard time and time again through the surveys and the call outs with our staff members how committed they are, how passionate they are when they speak about Cincinnati Public Schools. We value the community partnerships, and we understand that we cannot do this work without the continuing support of our partners. And then there's a formal role in the for the families. We've heard over time and through the surveys launched that the parents want to hear from us more. They want to have more input, and they want us to continue to value groups like our local school decision-making committees, our instructional leadership teams, and our parent organizations. On slide 8, we talk about some of the momentum that we've seen in just a short period of time over the last several years. So we talk about our 4-year graduation rate and seeing a 5-point increase over time. Third grade reading over the last few years, a 7-point increase. Algebra 1, that we know is the gateway course for high school graduation, a 13-point increase. And then in our college career readiness workforce component of the State of Ohio report card, a 33-point increase over time. On slide 9, we also acknowledge that although we were celebrating on the previous slides, that there is work for us to do. Work for us to do around chronic absenteeism, educating people and recalling that you are chronically absent from school at an 89% absentee rate. Understanding what it means to be chronically absent includes excused and unexcused absences. Whether you have a chronic illness that you are going to Children's Hospital for, whether you are going on a college visit that we support, whether you are at a doctor's appointment for a half a day, we encourage you to come to school, have lunch with us, and attend your afternoon classes. We know that there are gaps between and among our subgroups that we must continue to work on and continue to close. And then we know that although we celebrated on the previous slide many of the increases in our academic outcomes, we still have gaps. We still have gaps among races within our school district that we want to continue to work to close. On slide 10, what we heard from community, what we heard from families is that too often we have schools where success varies in their mind. And it depends on what school a child attends, that will determine what kind of outcomes or experiences that those children have. I want to park for a minute on this particular slide because the way the slide is written, it calls out the state report card and the STAR system that we have. And just as a reminder, 5 stars in the state of Ohio means that a school significantly exceeds state standards. 4.5, a school exceeds standards. 4 stars, a school exceeds standards. 3.5, a school district or a school meets state standards. 3 stars, a school or district meets state standards. 2.5, they need support to meet state standards. 2 stars, they need support to meet state standards. 1.5, they need significant support. And 1 star, they truly need significant support. I point that out because this slide talks about how many stars our schools have. And just as a reminder, although this particular slide says that there are 4 to 5 stars, 13% of our schools, 32% have 3 or 3.5, and 52% have 3 stars or below. But I want to remind the board and the public that right now we don't have any schools with just 1 star. And while we do have 3 schools that tend to be non-traditional, we do have 3 schools at 1.5 stars, but they all have a plan for improvement. We have 7 Cincinnati Public Schools with 2 stars. We have 22 that say we need support, 17 that meet or exceed at 3 stars. 3.5 stars, we do have 5 schools. 4 stars, we have 6 schools. 4.5, we have 1, and at 5 stars, we have 1. So we do want to make sure we point that out because the deputy and assistant superintendents are working on plans and our new director of teaching, learning, and innovation to increase and improve that status. On the next slide, slide 11, this really is a slide for the treasurer, but this is not new information. It's information we've talked about for the last several months, that in summary, we know that our revenue is relatively flat. We know that we have continued and growing expenses, and we know that we have local taxes that pour into the finances of our school district, and we have state funding that pours into the funding of our school district. I won't at this time rehash the last several months of conversation, but we do definitely want to have a slide that points that information out. Our budget is primarily funded by local taxpayer dollars, as we have been talking about, with our personnel being the most significant expense, as well as our greatest asset. And so you see on slide 12, the revenue by source, whether it's local, state, or some other fund, as well as the expenditures, the amount that goes to salaries and benefits, and then the amount that goes to purchase services. And our treasurer and Mr. Kenny Wang from Bellwether have been working extensively on how we distribute those funds. So on slide 13, we start to get into areas that the community has asked us to be sure to address. Some of them are challenges for us, and we also see them as opportunities. And so there are 8 themes that have come out through the listening sessions, through LSDMC engagement, through talking to our students and hearing their voice, as well as reviewing documents that CPS was able to provide to Bellwether and to Rice. So it runs the gamut from, again, people believing in and supporting and quite frankly loving Cincinnati Public Schools, but they want greater consistency across our schools and among our schools. They want the student's sense of well-being to remain primary. In surveys in the past, we have seen our students say that they feel safe. They feel valued when they're at school. It is sometimes getting to school that can be challenging. They want to ensure that our staff continues to be the best and the brightest, and that we provide them with professional development, and that we continue to address staffing shortages that we've had in some consistent areas over the years. They want to see better alignment between district decisions and what schools own in the decision making. And so you'll hear a little bit later about the commitment from central office that is needed to ensure that the schools have what they need to be successful. We've continued to look at our behavior, our attendance, and work to make improvements in those areas. And then we'll do that through an equitable lens that the board has insisted that we maintain over the years. And ultimately, as a pre-K to 12 organization, we measure ourselves based on what happens after our students leave us, having them prepared for life after graduation. And so the two commitments, the promise and the commitment on slide 14. We have created the CPS promise, which is our long-term aim, which is the vision around what we will provide for our young people. And then we have the 2030 commitment of how we will get to these aims and what our graduates look like over our 4-year period of time. And so on slide 15, you see that CPS promise, what our graduates will look like, what they will experience, what they will leave us with, how they will be equipped academically, social, emotionally, the confidence that they will have, how they'll be prepared for what we have known as the 3, possibly 4 E's: enrolling in a college or university of their choice, enlisting in the military, being gainfully employed, and perhaps becoming an entrepreneur. On slide 16, more specifically, what does that look like? What are the attributes of each of our graduates, starting with that academic excellence, being able to read, write, communicate, reason, solve problems, all across the gamut, including being civically engaged, a productive citizen of our community, being confident and capable in whatever path they choose for themselves, and in their leadership that is done in a collaborative way and that they're able to walk and work across differences, being resilient and adaptable when challenges arrive, and we know that they will arrive, and being skilled and future connected by what is important in this community and beyond. And so slide 17 talks about that 2030 commitment, where children in our schools are known, valued, and supported. What do they like? What do they not like? How do they like to be addressed? What are their skills? What are their talents? That they will all be taught by excellent and well-equipped educators, that we will have and continue to have the best and the brightest educators, that they'll have equitable access to learning no matter what corridor they are in, whether it is the West Corridor, the Central Corridor, or the East Corridor, that CPS will build the conditions for learning that are necessary for each of our students to be able to succeed. And CPS owns this commitment, and we're asking the community to own the commitment with us, to partner with us in helping to ensure that our students are successful. So getting into the priorities on slide 18, there are just four priorities, with the first being around our teaching, learning, and innovation, our curriculum and instruction work. Priority 1 is equitable access to high-quality instruction. Priority 2 is equitable access to post-secondary opportunities. Deputy Smith will own priority 1, I should share. Amy Randolph will own priority 2. Priority 3, owned by Director Reeves, is equitable access to whole child supports. And then our final priority, how we do business and how we will make sure the finances align to how we do business. Priority 4 will be owned by Jeremy Gollahue. On slide 19, you see the breakdown of within those priorities, what are the things that we will track and that we will measure. You'll see how the measures are defined, whether it is a specific report card indicator, whether it is a survey, whether it is tracking chronic absenteeism, whether it is making sure that we know our families are satisfied with the education that our young people are receiving. We'll report out on these measures either on an annual basis, a semi-annual basis, or a quarterly basis, depending on what is best appropriate for when data is available. On slide 20, the next few slides get more specifically into the priorities, with priority 1 being around high quality instructional materials and high quality teachers. And so we know that our district has the materials that have been vetted by teams including teachers and administrators, but also approved by our Board of Education, ensuring that those materials are delivered in the way that they are intended. But not just saying that, providing the support through having a very comprehensive adult learning model that is documented, but that is followed up through our network model, our new network model. And then, as we did today with our Day of Professional Development, creating a district-wide culture of practice and progress with the monitoring, but the support necessary to ensure that everyone is successful with priority number 1. In priority number 2, we will prepare every student for what comes next, starting in elementary school, which is a little bit different from what we have been doing. Most of priority 2 over the last several years has been focused in high school. Last year, we expanded the focus to middle schools, and moving forward, we'll also take a look at what is happening in our elementary schools. And so that preparation is across our school district, K to 12. We will strengthen our post-secondary pathways. Just recently, we learned at the end of July that the state is making some changes and some adjustments to those pathways and to credentialing that we are studying at this time. And then we want to expand opportunities for work-based learning and experiences for young people to be able to have shadow opportunities, work-based learning experiences, eventually paid internships. For priority 3, we're making sure that our students have what they need to be ready to learn, including being able to provide additional help when the young people need it. So implementing our district-wide behavior and discipline framework that is developed by teachers and administrators and approved by this board. Continuing to work to reduce chronic absenteeism through education, through tiered school-supported approach as needed. Having an embedded social emotional learning curriculum that we will implement, and then deepening our mental health services and wraparound resources. Again, trying to ensure that all of our students feel safe and that they feel supported. On slide 23, this is priority 4, where we pull all of this together. Our new Director of Human Resources will take a look at 4A, recruitment, retention, and leadership pathway development. We already have a solid plan around our pipelines for assistant principals and principals. We want to expand those opportunities for our staff, both in the schoolhouse and at the central office level. We will build a culture and related practices where data drives the decisions, and that we will create a decision-making tree for every move that we need to make that's in the best interest of our school district. And we'll anchor our annual resource decisions to district priorities that is connected to the long-range plan that Bellwether has assisted us with. So while schools are accountable for delivering this plan, our central office is also accountable for creating those conditions. And so on slide 24, you see on the left side what our schools are accountable for, but they don't stand alone. On the right side, you see central office also being accountable in the work that the schools are doing, so that no one part of the system is accountable for student outcomes. It is the collective body of Cincinnati Public Schools. On slide 25, we talk about the plan's measurement framework and turning our decisions into what we start and stop and continue doing. And I will tell you, senior leadership team has a challenge with knowing exactly what to stop doing. And so we continue to work and think through what that needs to look like, sound like, feel like. And so this slide reminds us that that is something we need to continue to take a look at. So the responsibilities at the school level, that level up and through the network model, that level up and through central office staff and support. On slide 26, Again, we mentioned to you at the top of the presentation that through the steering committee, there are priority owners. The priority owners don't do the work alone. Each of those components within the priority also have owners. And at the next CAL meeting, we do plan, should you approve this plan, to share who those leaders are. And then stepping back, our full team will review this and make sure that we're giving you timely communication that is relevant and helps you to know what's going well, what's not going so well that we need to rethink. And then once a year, probably really more than once a year, we'll reset and rethink what our data is showing us. On slide 27, this talks about more how we will do our business publicly. We will have language that is very clear and not just education ease. Talk about what we will report, not only the 4 priorities, but the 14 goals and the measurements within the plan. We will publish a calendar to share out, at least among CAL, and what the direction of the Board of Education gives us. Every year we'll share with us what the results say and what we are doing to improve upon those results. And we will publish this plan not only on our website, but we'll also present in public sessions as we've mentioned. So on slide 28, you see the priorities on the left side, and then on the right side, you see the work that has been done through the Treasurer's Office. They took a look at every line item in our budget for fiscal year 27, and they assigned it to a priority. And we looked at that and we saw that there's about $50 million being assigned to those priorities, but there may be some consideration that needs to be made based on what our upcoming data is going to show us. And so on the right side, you see where some of those resource considerations are. On slide 29, again, we're asking for the support of our families and our parents, and how they support us is by helping us hold ourselves accountable, holding our schools accountable. We're asking that teachers, principal, and staff in the building continue to let us know when there are things that they need that we're not providing for them, and that our partners will continue to help us reach the scale that we're going for in terms of moving our school district forward. Thank you.
All righty. I wanted to just make sure there's nothing that Akeisha wanted to add on or share in addition. I don't know, Rob, if she's on. And so if there's anything additional she wanted to say, otherwise we would then open it up to the board for questions, comments, and other thoughts. And so just checking with Rob here.
Go ahead, Akeisha.
Nothing additional. For me, the superintendent did an excellent job walking through the plan. I would just like to express my gratitude for the opportunity for Bellwether to partner with you over the last several months in this incredibly important planning effort.
All righty. We'll open it up to board members for questions, thoughts.
I just have a question around, before I ask my questions. Superintendent Murphy said that she wanted a vote. Can I ask, are you wanting a vote for just the direction of this or the actual approval of this as the plan? Are you wanting feedback, or you want to just us to say, this is the plan, we accept it, we're moving? Or this is the direction, is it good, you want feedback? Like, what are you wanting from us today?
All of the above. Support for the plan, and I'm sure that there are edits or suggestions or feedback that we're very much open to.
Okay. I just wanted to understand what's being asked, that's all. So this is the plan, you want the okay, because it says draft, that's the reason I'm at. Well, my version says draft, so I just was wondering, you're wanting the vote of this is it?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
Okay. See Board Member Bolton and then Board Member Matt.
Thank you very much. And just the clarity again. So we are voting on what is presented, or we are submitting requests for
You
edits?
can do either one. So we
Okay.
don't vote on anything until we have a motion from the floor. So
I hear that.
right now, if there are edits or thoughts that folks have they want to direct, we can certainly do that. And then, if at the end of it we say we want to approve a modified version, we could say that as well. But at
Great.
the end of it depends on what someone makes a motion for.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I don't think that there are very many things, and I've come from the wilderness on this. I've now determined in my own mind that the strategic plan is incredibly important. And it must be right. It must be the best that it can be. So I have one or two substantive things that I'd like to see, because some of these pages we have seen over time, and some of these pages we have not. And then I have, of course, as anybody would, some wordsmithing here or there, or what have you. But if this is the plan for the next 4 years, and we're actually involved with literally a covenant, if you will, with the public about this strategic plan, because it is part of the request we are making. And this begins to be real important. So I have a number of things, and I can do all of them at once. And I'll do it as quickly as I can. I'm also ready to, take intermission, whatever, however long this gets.
I will say this. I think if you want to throw out some of your most important ones to start, and then if it starts to run along, we can always then also have board members submit any additional recommendations or concerns. This doesn't have to be the day that it gets approved. This is just, if someone makes a motion for it, that would be the request of the administration at this point.
And I can see where a motion as amended or as edited, but it would have to, it's not just every edit, but if there seems to be some consensus about whatever is being said. Well, let me first chronologically do some stuff, and then I'll try to emphasize the most substantive piece. I'm very pleased with how direct the superintendent's letter is. It doesn't have a lot of edge-canese, and I think that's helpful. I love the idea that we're profiling our city and profiling our district, but I would suggest an edit in the profile, both for the district and for the city. Historically, if we're profiling our city, green space and the arts should be mentioned as part of the history of Cincinnati. I mean, it is huge. It's a huge thing. See, I see this strategic plan as a recruitment plan. And I think, very frankly, the profile for the district should also include the music piece. Why? Because the Cincinnati Public Schools was only the second district in the United States of America, second only to New York, that adopted a grade 1 through 12 music curriculum. It is core to what Cincinnati Public is about, so I would like to see that in the profile. And I think it's a nice mesh, if you will, between the city and the district. It's a function. It's May Festival. It is what we are. This is a very culturally centered kind of town, and I think I'd like to see that in the profile for both. I know this is going to sound really kind of partisan, but I do think we miss an opportunity on I think it's 7, where we have kind of a lovely but sort of innocuous statement about staff working and everybody working hard together, and it sounds great. But the real history there is that we have a 50-year history, whether we like it or not, and sometimes it's not fun, but sometimes it's pretty good. There is a long history of labor management collaboration in this district. It goes well before Tom Mooney, well before obviously Julie Sellers or what have you. And the fact that virtually all of our our employees are unionized in some way, shape, or form. I'm just thinking some reference, some tip of the hat to labor management, and literally labor management cooperation and collaboration would be something that would be of useful for recruiting, and also captures our history. I'm going to take my intermission with the biggest thing I need to see changed. And the superintendent hit it. And that is number 10. That page cannot be part of any publication, the way it is organized. It can't be. This district, and I was proud to be part of it, this district is part of the urban network, led the charge in getting this state to go away from the grades and to the stars. And while that's not wonderful, it's better than it was. And the whole thrust of that, it took 3 years of concentrated effort. The whole thrust of that was that you make state standards. You meet them, you exceed them, or you really exceed them. The fact that this chart, and unfortunately I saw this chart in something I don't know that we were supposed to see. I saw it in a pre-read that went to the advisory committee. And I was told this will never see the light of day. Well, it did, and it's in this thing, and it needs to be gone. I like that we're ranking the schools. I'll deal with that. I think that's the only path forward. I think that makes sense. But the idea that you put the 3-star schools in with the 2 and the 1-star schools and put that lump of enrollment together, that's wrong. You meet state standards or you exceed it. And then whoever's not exceeding it, they actually go through the kinds of plans and programs that need to be done. And that's really, that's the whole thrust of the state report card. So I would like to see, and I think the superintendent in a part kind of started to recalibrate this. And the recalibration it's fascinating in that with the number of 5 stars, or, I mean, this is the way it breaks down, the way the state does it, and even the way that Bellwether had it first of all, was the line is 3 and above or 3 and below. And whatever we do to recalibrate this charge, that page needs to reflect the integrity of the 3 and above versus the 3 and below. And we really need to see that, because that percentage starts to be interesting, because as we've pointed out, this idea that 73% are 3 or below, that's indicating meeting state standards somehow is below the standards, and that's not it. It's the standard. It may not be as much as we want or whatever, but it is the standard that the rest of the 600 and some districts are living by. So I would like to see that number 10. We have 10 schools at 2 or lower. We have 22 schools at 2.5. We have 17 schools at 3. And the reality for all of us is that it's already listed as to the number of schools that we have at 4 and 4.5 and 5. So 3 and above, I'd like to see this chart recalibrated. And I think it's a path forward, because of something that Vice President Moffitt has been emphasizing for 4 years, it is the idea of school by school by school, or per student, or per school. It's a strategy. And so I would like to see number 10 changed, and the percentages. Some of the percentages are correct, the 8, it works. So, but that not doing it, that break, sends the wrong message. That's number 10, and then I'll take a break and let everybody say something. But 12, I was disappointed that there's not enough space here for the financial piece. And it doesn't have to be that contemporary. It can be more, there's a reference here and a reference there, but, you know, something like even that slide that talks about what central office does and what schools do, really, come on, folks. It would be almost better for there to be more of a generic kind of vision for the future regarding finances, outside resources, revenue generation, that kind of stuff that we've talked about in finance. So I'll take a break there, but I would like to definitely say that that number 10 needs to change, and I would like to see more financial piece. And there is confusion in this between centralization and decentralization. In some of the later slides, it talks about decisions need to be made where the action is, by that, but it also says everything has to be consistent. Consistency is centralization, and decisions where the action takes place, that's decentralization. And that's our schizophrenia anyway as a district, because we're kind of known for decentralization, and we've tried to centralize a little bit more, but I don't think there should be any confusion as to which one is it going to be, folks. Are you making a commitment to decentralization or to centralization? So I have a few other small things and little big things as well, but I'll take a break now. But number 10 needs to be recalibrated. Thank you.
All righty, Board Member Matt.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't think I'm going to take an intermission. I think I'm going to go right through. So I will say that I do appreciate you providing us with the plan. I will say for myself, I am not ready to vote on the plan. I do think that it requires, at this present time, more refining. One of the things that stand out to me is the absence of the board's foundational focus. And so having the board's vision, the board's mission, those things outlined is essential. I think that provides us with the direction and the clarity of what this plan will be rooted in. And so that language is missing. There's a lot of organizational challenges that I see reflected in terms of the plan structurally, how it's presented, which creates a lot of confusion. So identifying what our core foundation is, talking about the board's focus and our direction. And then I think it will be helpful to go into what our strategic priorities and goals are and what's actually going to be measured there, because I'm viewing this, I cannot necessarily say what our actual focus is or what our directive is or what our call to action is, what we will measure. I know that there's 14 key measures, and maybe this is me being grounded in just having to do SMART goals work and strategic work. 14 measures is extremely too much. My question is, how will we as a board, how will we as a district be able to account for that work? So I think that it needs to be more concise and more specific as to what our focus is, because in looking at this, and this is my own personal opinion, but I think others may view it the same way, that it's hard to identify what our actual plan is. So from there, after identifying our strategic priorities or values and goals, then we begin to talk about what our action plan is and the accountability to accomplish this. So for me, it's a lot of structural components that need to be refined and revisited. I do think that we're missing an element of a bold initiative. What are we doing with this work? So when I look back over previous strategic plans, I feel like there were things that as a collective community, the entire district is able to rally around. And it was reflective of all stakeholders, all voices. And so we say that we all own this, but there are some critical voices that's missing. I don't know what the charge is for our parents to say, yes, I can buy into this plan. I don't know what the charge is to our partners or our community to say, I can buy into this plan. So I'm looking for some type of bold initiative to attach to these priorities. Again, looking at previous plans, I know with Superintendent Wright, we had the ABCs, right? And we had the goals and the guardrails that were adopted. That's something that people can say, we can visually see this and we can champion around this work. Previously, I know you referenced the Vision 2020 plan. We know that that was focusing on making sure that our neighborhood schools were of high quality and in comparison and doing exceptionally well, just as our magnet schools. So I'm looking for what is going to be our bold initiative that we're saying we are doing to move this work forward. So that's just the area that I'm not seeing come through, or maybe come through as clearly. I think some of the things are a little bit redundant, so maybe there can be some refining there. I do like the aspect of showcasing our strengths and showcasing our history, but how can we do that in a very consolidated way? I think those that were a part of this work, maybe that can be moved to the end, right? To say we are grateful for all of those that have supported in this effort, because if we're saying the plan at the end, we're missing the interests, I think, of everyone. And just to kind of wrap up, there's a slide that stands out to me, and it is slide number 12. Our budget is primarily funded by local taxpayers, with personnel our most significant expense and our greatest asset. I strongly believe that our personnel are truly an asset and a value within our district. However, our greatest asset is our students, and that needs to be the focus. And so the other things that I will say, to Board Member Bolton's point about that previous slide, I don't have a problem so much of it being there, but I think, again, if we're saying this is our reality, what are we specifically boldly doing to say we are taking action to address these concerns, right? And so those are, again, some things that really stand out. I do like the accountability piece. Again, I just think that it has to be more of a comprehensive and a more collaborative, like true collaborative read of this plan, because we're saying it in theory, but I'm not seeing it come through in the overall outline. And so those were some really high level things that I'm seeing offhand. I probably will have some more, but maybe I will take the intermission.
All righty. I see Board Member Armbruster, Board Member Lindy, and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yeah, thank you. This is wonderful and definitely a great evolution. I have a couple of thoughts. I totally agree with Board Member Mapp on the lack of one very specific motivating goal. And I think for me, it should come on slide 17, right? We talk about the CPS graduate, the CPS promise, those all make sense. What is 2030 then? Like, what is the thing we want to be that ultimate goal? And I think this is too much. It shouldn't be this hard to state. We shouldn't need that many paragraphs to state it. It should be so evident and so clear that it is a one sentence commitment, right? Because everything else is leading up to it, right? All that other great work is leading up to it. And I think to get that, slide 19 is great. I was asking very specifically for KPIs and you gave them to me. What I am still missing is what's the goal, right? So you shouldn't just be working towards a third grade reading level. You should have, by 2030, this will be our third grade reading level, because we need to be able to look back and see how successful we were. We should, have a goal for chronic absenteeism. We should have a goal for number of classrooms without a permanent teacher. Those things should have very specific end results that we are working towards. And I think that will help us maybe get to what that 2030 commitment is, to say, it is I don't want to state a number because I don't want to act more informed than you, but like it is this percentage graduation rate with our third graders reading at this level. And those are the two most important things I think we can pull out from here and say, as a district, we want to excel at in algebra. And so I think she's said it so well, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I think for me, those are the two big drivers that would get me across the line on this. And then I think slide 12 is going to come back around for me because I think it's an incredibly powerful slide when we're going to be talking about our forecast.
All right, Board Member Lindy, then Vice President Moffitt.
Thanks, President Craig. I think big picture, I'm very excited about the process that has led us to this point, where we are headed. And I am bad at predicting the future. But from what I'm hearing from colleagues so far, I think there may be things that we could do to strengthen this and make it better. But from my perspective, it sounds like we are close. And I think that is good. So a couple things on my end. I loved slides 6 through 11. I thought this was a wonderful way of setting a shared fact set for where we are as a school district and as a city and as a community. I think one of the hallmarks of a good strategic plan is people can see themselves in it. And you get people to nod their head to the table setting. And so it is true that there is a ton to be proud of in Cincinnati Public Schools. It is true that Cincinnati is a great city with a great history and a great place to raise a family. It is true that we have real wins on the board over the last several years, whether that's in improvement in third grade reading, improvement in Algebra 1, improvement in graduation rates. Those numbers are real. There has been improvement. And this is in the same setup, we can be clear-eyed about the work that still needs to happen to make sure that every student in Cincinnati has access to the education that they deserve. And that's not just platitudes, there are numbers behind that. And we can see here are the gaps that still exist in our district based on race, based on income, based on IEP. Here are the gaps that exist by school, depending on where your parents happen to live. And we're okay being honest about that because we can leverage the strengths that we have here to do something about it. And that's what our plan is going to do together. And you can't do that in a world where you're not clear-eyed about what our financial situation has been and is going to be unless we work to change it. And so it includes the financial context there. So that kind of table setting, here's where we've been, what we should be proud of. Here's the work we still need to do and we should be clear-eyed about, and the financial landscape in which we're operating. I just think that's so important to make sure that we're looking at the right stuff and that we're acknowledging the biggest challenges and the biggest assets that we have. So if it were up to me, we would start every meeting and every committee meeting with a recap of those slides, because I think they're just that important. There's so much that comes up in our meetings, in our inboxes, all over the place. We will never have enough time in our meetings to talk about everything. And so some way of setting the table and prioritizing, I think, is important. I thought that was really, really, really good. So I think that was one big point I wanted to make. I have 3 other things. The next one, in that opening, I do think there is one piece that would make it even stronger. And that piece is why we believe that these numbers can look different. Like if we look at slide, let's say slide 9 or slide 10, either of those. I know Ms. Bolden doesn't like slide 10, so let's look at slide 9. We're going to find a way. I have thoughts about that. Like, I think there's a way to do it. But I think, someone could look at this and say, yeah, because we serve a high share of kids who are growing up in poverty. What else do you expect? But I don't think that's what this is saying. I think this is saying we're going to do something about this to make it different. Why should people believe us? I think we have examples within CPS of classrooms and schools that have put up very different results, notwithstanding the demographics of their students. This is my board meeting moment to mention Hayes Porter, which I will do whenever I can. They have a greater share of kids growing up in poverty, and they have a 90+% pass rate on the third grade reading guarantee or third grade reading test. So we have reasons to believe, local reasons to believe that this can be different. So I'll just say, if you wanted to strengthen this table setting in one way, that would be my ad. I think so. Other stuff. I think I was going to say what Member Armbruster said about what's the goal. You know, I love the measures that are in here, but I do think we need some kind of target we're shooting for. I love what Member Mapp said about this being something simple and inspiring and motivating that different members of our community can articulate well. If I missaid that, let me know. I think we can get there, but that point's been brought up. I think once we get to a final version, once we get it approved, one of the things I would like to advocate for, and I can bring this up in a future meeting, is adapting our committee of the whole structure so that we are getting readouts on this. I think one of the ways that we can do that, this was not in this deck, but it was in the July 27th version. I love the structure of district accountability, practice outcomes, and outcome metrics. So we're measuring, did we do what we said we were going to do? Are classroom behaviors changing in the ways they need to? And then are we seeing the student outcomes that should come as a result? We really should get visibility into that full chain. And I think that's a great, particularly because some of these metrics are only going to come out once a year. But we ought to be able to have access into the others pretty frequently. So I think there's a lot of upside and opportunity here. I think the last thing I'll say is, I think two things are true. I think it's important that we get this right. And I don't think we should vote on it if there's a lot of work if there are such clear ways that we could get this to something that 7 board members could support. The other thing that is also true is I think we need to get to an approved plan very quickly. My vote for the levy was contingent on the idea that there was a clear plan. We got support from CFT. That's great. We need to hold up our end, and we need to get this thing passed. And so I'm good for a meeting to go make some edits. This cannot become something that drags on and on and on and on. I've already been, we're not supposed to talk about that. I think it's important in our non-board member moments that people do what they're allowed to do with respect to the election in the fall. And I think to do that, we got to have something we're taking to voters that we've approved. So some time to make some edits, great. But I think the timing on this, from this board member's perspective, is incredibly important. Thanks.
And Vice President Moffitt, and then Board Member Crossett.
So I'll try hard not to repeat what some of my colleagues said that I already align with. To Board Member Lindy's point, because you just said it, I think we're not quite ready, but we have made some tremendous gains. And so for that, I want to definitely say kudos. I do think and would invite this to be shared out via email for feedback so that we can give you consistent feedback via email. I think that will cut a lot of time. I would welcome to share some of my comments via email, and then you all can make some edits rather than take up board time to be an hour and a half long. Let me just go through some of the things that I think, for me, Board Member Mapp summed it up. I looked through all of these slides and was a little lost. And then when you went through 20 some odd slides, I was again a little lost because I wasn't excited. I didn't hear the why. There was nothing there that really sparked me to be like, oh, okay. Like we're gonna really do this. It was just data. It felt like a data dump, not in a negative, but just kind of like a lot of data. And I was looking for something that was going to give me a little bit of history about CPS, excite me about, okay, this is where they've been, this is the city, this is the demographic, this is kind of where they are and what they're dealing with, and this is something robust that they're going to do differently because they have this type of student, they're in this type of city, they're dealing with this. And I just didn't get that. I know it's there somewhere amongst 20 some odd slides, but it just didn't feel like, when I hear you talking about it, it's different. And I should be able to pick up this document as any regular Joe Schmo citizen, get some financials about where it is, get an understanding about where you've been, and know exactly where you're going in these pages. This should be able to speak for you without you. And if you think of it that way, this should encompass all of the voices of the people that you've interviewed, all of the board members, the academics, and all of the work that you're doing without you being able to stand there. And so it just didn't do that, but I think it's possible that it can. So I would like to know some metrics, because it talks about 26 to 30, but we don't have actual performance commitments. So I am kind of looking for that. Let me give you an example. There's a difference between we will be improving third grade reading, and then the third grade proficiency will move from X to Y. And so that's why I kind of asked, are we just approving the plan, or are we actually, is this a direction, or is this a plan? Because to me, we need to have some goals and some targets attached to it so that there's an accountability structure. And I just didn't, I would like that. So I want some numerical targets so that we can put some accountability and some teeth behind it. When we talk about equity, I am just the way that the slides like 8, 9, and 10, it's a lot of data. I'm a data person, but I'm very nervous when we talk about the racial inequities, the school by school inequities without context. If we're not going to put that context there, I'm very nervous about giving people data without the context behind it. So I just invite us defining that. So to your point around slide 9 and 10, if we don't have a context there, we need to be able to define that. And so I think that we need to have more financial data but have it look different. We need to have slides like 9 and 10 need to be reframed so that it's telling a story, the same story, just a little differently. Anything dealing with the academic data and the ethnic data and the disparities around that, I don't want us to lie at all, because it is it's a fact. But to Board Member Lindy's point, it's a story behind that. And so we need to frame what the story is. To say that there's disparity with our students that are living in poverty and are in an impoverished school, it would read to some that they can't learn because their school is impoverished. But the reality is that some of them are in very high performing schools. But that's not clear when you just dump data there. So again, I think that we need to, this feels like a data dump in that it's data, it's there, accurate, yes, not telling a narrative that we want to define, no. So around the same thing with regard to chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is a nationwide issue. What are we doing about it? The data is the data, but what are we doing about it? And what are we doing about it differently? So that's what I want to see more in this strategic plan. Yes, the data is there. That number, when we talk about 55% chronic absenteeism rate, it's a very high number. It's not very different than some other districts, but what are we doing about that number? And we need to say that because it's there. For me, I'm going to always kind of go back to that career pathway piece. I just think that it has been a strength for us. It's definitely something that we had a strength with regard to the report card. We need to highlight those things. It's unpriority 2. It needs a stronger career pathway to me. It's an area that we excelled in, and it's not coming across as a strength. It was mentioned in priority 2, but I felt like we had strength in that area. We didn't highlight that. Again, to me, the narrative is where we can strengthen our story, and we just didn't. To me, also, chronic absenteeism, again, deserves more than one outcome metric. And I also feel like we need to have more, as a board, we need to have more than just kind of annual reporting. How will we know before the report card comes out that we're on track to receive it? I know that we mentioned like some annual reporting, but I think some of that should be more regular to the board. I felt like also the board was kind of missing in some of this. the strategic plans that I've been involved with, again, this is many administrations ago, it should be kind of a promise to the community. We got community involvement, but it wasn't a lot of board connectivity. And I think it should be. I think it should be not only a letter from you to the community, but it should be kind of a promise to the board, from the board, and also to the community, because you've got community involvement, and those are our bosses as the community. So it should also have some connectivity there. I kind of wanted to understand what is defined as a highest need school. I didn't quite get that, but again, if you send an email, I can kind of give you a lot more of what some of my questions were around specifically. I want the financial data. I think that the financial data should be part of what the story is in the strategic plan, because again, I think that the financial data, the academic data, the history of the district should be in the strategic plan, and not necessarily 30 slides, but it should propel us to what is new, what can we expect, what does 4 years look like? Not only what does should that student be able to do, but what does the world look like, what does Cincinnati look like for that student, and what type of things do we want that student to be able to do. And the only other thing I'll say, let me see this. About the metrics, what metric will tell the board whether the gap between our highest performing and our lowest performing schools is actually closing? The metrics piece is pretty significant to me. And then when will we get the baseline data for being able to put numbers to that? I don't know if you were going to plan on giving us that before we approve that or not. So that was the other question, and I didn't know we were going to be voting on that. Slide 28 talks about the $50 million that's already allocated. I kind of wanted to know when will we get that information? Like, when are we gonna have to determine the approval of this before we talk about that, because it's in the plan? I think that's pretty much it. Everything else I can put in an email. And then just about the vision and the mission of the board, again, I think that's missing. I think the connectivity of the board to this plan is a gap that should be there. While the superintendent owns creating it, I think the strategic plan should be community and board involvement as well. And I'm missing the board piece. I think that's the only other thing that my colleagues didn't mention that is there, that I'm needing to see too. And I agree, it shouldn't take a month, but I don't think it's ready. And I think we can do a lot of this work via email. So I'm going to just invite you to send this out and ask for edits. And we can maybe get it down below 30 slides, but a little bit more succinct, but I think we can chop off some time too.
All right. Board Member Crossett.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank my board members for completely covering the landscape of all the comments available. And so most of what I have to say probably isn't going to be new, but maybe just emphasize some of the points that already have been made. I do think we're close, and I would like to have this done next meeting. I think it's critical. We're in a place where we can do some messaging for our public for the levy coming out of our next meeting. I'd also think that I wouldn't mind if it celebrates a little more the fact that we have support from GCF funding this, and that funding came from the business community, which is, a good thing to recognize. I also think it might be important to recognize that we, as Board Member Lindy spoke, we have alignment. We've got alignment with the teachers, the administration, and we will have alignment with the board at our next meeting. But I think that is going to be really important to note that everybody's together on this. I like the idea of the plan in the sense that it requires action, it requires annual attention, it requires accountability. And I like the idea of maybe having the practice of reporting on the metrics on this at the beginning of every meeting. It makes a lot of sense to me, or maybe at least once a month we look at this. I also think the idea of having some sort of a bold initiative, as Board Member Matt, so, some sparkly highlight that we can really rally around, I think would be important. I think the plan itself now is just a little dry. So if we can spoof that up a little bit. I do think get some goal setting, some specific goal setting, we probably need to get to that number. It could be that the goals that are in the strategic plan are more like 2 or 3 years out, because in this, we do have an annual process for your performance review, and that I don't know if we have to have that goals in the strategic plan, but certainly, something out there that we can start having that collaborative conversation with would be helpful. I think the last thing that I want to say is about, there's this one technique that is sometimes frequent with strategic planning called strengths, weaknesses, assets, and threats. And I don't see where that particular method has been incorporated in this strategic planning, and that's okay. But I do think that we haven't done a good enough job in this strategic plan of emphasizing our strengths, our weaknesses, our assets. Our students is an asset that's worth noting. And then our threats. We certainly have financial threats and other threats to our district that I think are worth somehow communicating somewhere in the language. It doesn't have to be its own chart, but I just think some of that could be more highlighted as integrated into the plan. One last thing. We have those 14 measurements. I think all 14 are great, but we probably should keep those 14, but maybe there's 3 or 4 that are really key out of those 14 that we really focus on. Because I think all of those goals contribute to progress, but then there's got to be a few that we really emphasize for what it's worth. So thank you for your time, Mr. President.
Yeah. So I will try and share some thoughts real quickly, and then I will share a process thought around everything that folks have shared. Again, I think we are really close. I think a lot of what we're describing right now also harkens me back to the good old days of goals and guardrails, when we spoke about wanting to have defined measurements that said where we were and where we were going. I do think one way we could do that, though, and I think this aligns with a lot of what people have said, is really in that framing of a strategic plan with that 2030 commitment, to say that 2030 commitment will mean, and those 14 things will have certainly some that'll be measurable goals within there, some that'll be general statements still, but maybe picking one of each of the priority, one for each priority, as to say, we will measure success by this being achieved. We will measure or put a focus of energy around these things to be achieved. However it's done, I'm going to still leave that a little bit to you all, but I think both identifying that at 2030, this is what should be true, and those things are the highest priority as we travel along that path to ensure we get there. Because I think that's part of what is spoke of having those limited goals, is that if you have 14 things that will be true at the end of a path, that's one thing. But if you have 4 or 5 that will get you there, that will push you to make sure those other things are true as well, that's part of that helps us get a little bit more of the focus, because we recognize that you will always have more than 14 things that you're focused on each school year and over a 4 or 5 year period of time. The second thought that I had, and it's really around something I really appreciated in here, which is the acknowledgement that you can't wait till 3rd grade to figure out the measurements for 3rd grade. You can't wait till high school to figure out the measurements for Algebra 1. And I think one of the things that we have always struggled with as a board is that those are the things, this is like the only things the state report card cares about. They don't care about the 1st and 2nd graders. They care about what your 3rd grade reading score is, right? They don't care about your 4th, 5th, and 6th grade math. They care about what you did on the Algebra 1 test. And in a lot of ways, the best strategic plan will say, we will prioritize these things, and it will have this effect on this other number, right? And so in a lot of ways, I think our strategic plan should look and sound a lot that way of, by doing these things, we know that these are the measurable things that will improve this measure that the state cares about, or this thing, and that can be done in a bunch of different ways. I just think it's in there, but I think to the point of questions around how do we improve disparities? Okay, so if we talk about improving reading disparities within African American and Hispanic students versus white students, what we're really talking about is what are we going to do in the 1st and 2nd grade to maintain that kindergarten readiness that they had when they walked in, or improve upon that kindergarten readiness that they had when they walked in, that by the time 3 years from now they're in third grade, their third grade reading score is higher, right? Because I think we can say those things and like maybe speak to that thing, but without saying it explicitly. To, I think, Board Member Mapp's point, I think Board Member Umbruser, Dr. Moff has made this point as well. It doesn't feel and read the same way. My third thought is really on just kind of a structural thing to this. I think there's one thing to have a strategic plan. I think there's another thing to have the strategic plan rollout. And I think there's a third thing to have like the implementation of a strategic plan. And I think we combine them all to a certain level into one document. And maybe realistically what we need is just the bread and butter of a strategic plan. Like, what are we saying we're going to be committed to doing? Not about the district's past, not about the city's past. This is explicitly the focus for the next 4 years is what we're doing. And then we need the rollout plan of that. The explaining the why these things matter, the explaining how we implement that. So that when we go back and say, 4 years from now, what are we committing to doing? What do we commit to doing? We will have something that just says that, plain and simple. That's not the same thing as what we would present to the board for our vote. We present to the board for our vote is how we would roll this thing out, how we would implement. Because what I'm hearing from a lot of the folks here is that it is nice to say that we're going to close the chronic absenteeism gap. We need to acknowledge why we're there. We need to acknowledge what the things we've already done to do it. We need to acknowledge the path we're going to get there and what that means. But the truth is, if I'm out here working at a school and I'm looking at what my strategic plan tells me to do, I know about the district. I know about these other things. So I mean, like something that's more focused on like something that is just the hard and fast. And then what we would have is the bigger document would tell us what it is. So I think the slide deck here is maybe that bigger document. And that may get a bit of that reorganization, right? So if you go back and have what we're actually planning to do earlier in the document, even if we're incorporating into that, why this is important, because this district has this history, this past, that's really built on this kind of concept. Because the thing that is a little bit lost from what I'm hearing from other folks, but what I also felt was, I don't know why the history of the district connects to what we're about to do, the way the document currently reads. And I think that happens better by saying, we're committing to doing the X. Why are we committing to doing X? Because we've done this, and this is our history. Why are we committed to doing Y? Because we've been improving this, and this will be a bigger focus. The last thought I have, and I will say, I guess maybe last two thoughts really. One is I really am curious if we really are dedicated to something that is like boldly and you know, that would fundamentally change something or be some huge idea and concept. Because I think one of the struggles is every time we've said that, our community and us as a board have walked away from it. Because every time we come up and say we want to do this big fundamental change to how the district operates or runs, we tend to back away when it gets pushback, or we tend to modify it to something that's not as fundamentally changing of the district. I'm not saying we don't do it. I actually think I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to push us in that direction. I guess I'm wanting to know how bold we are willing to commit to. Because if we, for instance, came in and said, all of this advancement in X doesn't work unless we do Y, and we don't want to do Y, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put in X. It's a fundamental change to the district. But I think something that may catch someone's understanding of connecting right to the student outcome. So even if that one line idea is that by 2030, our students will be reading at this level, will be doing math at this level, will be the epitome of what is a first-rate education system. Like something that kind of catchy. It may still be more bold, it may be more determinative, but it won't be as fundamentally changing of the culture. Because I think I've joked a lot of times about the fact that our Cincinnati culture is not very open to change. And as much as people say we're ready to go bold with it, our culture be like, well, wait a minute now, we ain't done it that way, so we don't feel comfortable now. So we have to make some of these changes happen over time. The last thought I also have is that I think some of this also requires us to be committed to either really needing kind of two pathways. And so one pathway is a fast-moving and that's based on being able to invest and having the revenues to invest in certain things. The other is really got to be based on if we want to be still getting to those goals, but maybe a more dedicated pathway. Because we do have to also be realistic that if we set a strategic plan that does not incorporate the hard changes that we're going to have to make as a district to how we operate, how some of the schools look and exist, that we are going to find ourselves in a place where we're 2 years from now trying to figure out how to catch up to what we said we'd do 4 years in a 2-year span when we didn't have a plan to do that. So I'm not saying that we need 2 different plans, but I guess I'm realistically saying what was being proposed was also kind of a financial map that would look to say, if we got dollars, here's where we might invest, here's why we might make those priorities. Something in that connecting into the financials, because I do think the financial parts of it are important and we need to be able to say we can pay for everything. But I am a little bit leery of us committing to anything that we don't have yet in our hand. And that's the one worry I have, because if we were rolling this out and then we said we were guaranteed we have this absolute money in our hand, that we could say we go bold, we go big, we go do all those things. And I think the reality is that we're just not there yet to say it absolutes. So like where we are, and then if we get this additional investment, here's how better we can do it. Might be a better way of framing that, right? To say like, these are the things we're gonna invest in, but if we can get this additional, this is how much we can rocket that up and make it faster and better and bigger. The last part on the process aspect of it, I think where we are right now is I don't know that there's a version of the plan before us that we could necessarily say someone would put up a motion on even an amended version. What I'm going to ask is that, so the slide deck's on board docs, but I will ask if the superintendent and her team can send the slide deck back out to the full board, but that if maybe by next Monday, folks can send individually to the superintendent, individually, not to me, but to her, their thoughts. And again, in addition, I know she's taking notes on everything we've said today, but any additional thoughts you might have, or even sharing some of those same thoughts back. And from that, maybe working with Bellwether to adjust and modify, and then sending something out prior to our next scheduled board meeting. We actually have a CAL meeting next Wednesday. And I think our next board meeting is the 9th or 8th or something in there. Or is that it? I'm terrible with dates right now, y'all. I'm working on very little sleep. Yeah, the 14th. 14th is our next meeting. So maybe something that week of the 7th, early in that week, we can get something back with regards to the strategic plan. That would allow us time to also give additional feedback before we got to that 14th meeting. And so what I'm really going to be asking is all of us doing a little bit of homework outside of meetings that are solo-based homework, so that we can get the best product possible. Quick additional thoughts. I see Board Member Bolton.
Yeah, just on the process thing, it'd be great, and I don't know if you want to do, if everybody wants to do it, but I would really enjoy seeing what my colleagues are sending to the superintendent. It just is almost as, I won't say a chat, but I'd feel more, I'd really like to hear, because it spurs thoughts in my view, and then so process-wise, I think that would be really good. And I, just forgive me, I'm showing my age here. One of the other things that's missing here, and it shows that, first of all, there was no proof here about the disabilities piece. There was statements about disability and differences or whatever, and it didn't, besides attendance, that's not really addressed here for some reason. But at any rate, on 19, it talks about the kids that, we're going to be watching, and the outcome is reported by student group, race and ethnicity, income, and disability. I'm showing my age, but throughout this report, gender is missing. And I'm telling you, it's been 15, 20 years since we tried to figure out why we may not have as many girls in engineering that we need to, or something. I think gender, even just between boys and girls, and gender written large, needs to somehow be here. And if we're looking for something bold, to the point that you all were making regarding career, It's a PK-16 district. You have kids in high school that are gaining college credits, employment credits. This is not a K-12 school district. It's a PK-16 district. And I think, and some gender kind of reality, I'm with you that the bold piece of this is not just a K-12 district. And there is this wonderful history, and there is this great future, and we are in the bicentennial era. It's big. The strategic plan has to be as big as where we are right now at this moment. But it's a PK-16 district, folks.
From a process, so I think we can absolutely add more references, and I think this is a good example, like references to disability and to gender and to race. Those are all things that are points about how we improve. I think the strategic plan is supposed to tell you what we're going to do, and then how would it affect these different groups or these different disparities that we see. So I think that part of it to me is why I think some ways a rollout should be first started with a picture of like, what are you going to do, and then how does it affect those particular areas. So you could see a disparity change between young boys and young girls in certain levels that we are seeing now. Fraud processing, I also don't have a problem with, for instance, superintendent, if you wanted to, as folks submit those things, keep some form of a shared doc where we could see those things, because the concern I have is I don't want us all emailing each other, because I don't want us to be city council a few years back. And I don't think General Counsel Hoying wants us to be doing that either. But I do think maybe keeping some type of document of those questions or thoughts that folks have presented, or some way of sharing those back out, we can kind of come up with a process for that. Because I do take it to your point, Bolden, that folks might get a value of understanding what others might have thought about and that type of deal. So I am sure we can come up with some way of presenting some tracking information, tracking that method that would align with us not violating state open meeting laws. Let's see, board member Mapp, and then Vice President Moffitt.
Yeah, it was just quickly to your comment around like a bold statement, which I do, or initiative, which I do think that we need. But I also understand the reality, right, and being realistic. So being bold doesn't mean that we can't make a statement, right? And so I think that it has to be something that everyone will be able to believe in and believe that they are able to take action on. So it doesn't necessarily mean we're, being absurd in our focus, but I do think that it has to be something that, again, it can get people excited about.
So no, like bold suggestions, like we're getting rid of the 12th grade. Like.
So I'll let Superintendent Murphy and her team determine what bold is, but again, it does have to get the people going.
And he was joking. So
No,
please,
100%
please
joke.
don't send us the emails talking about that we're going to get rid of the 12th. So I want to just be respectful that some of as I learn about our students with disabilities and advocating for them, someone sent me a really good point I want to make sure that I say to the superintendent. On slide number 13, they wanted to make sure that they shared the kudos that you said. Rob, can you go to slide 13 for me? Number 7, that CPS students will, as a theme, was equity is viewed through both access and experience, and that aligned very well for our students with disabilities, number 7. But then they suggested that on slide 15, if we can go to 15, we did not carry that theme at the end for this one. So if they would add a line after a venture of their own, they added meaningful engagement with their community to align and help with our students with disabilities that may not go to college or a career pathway, the military or an apprenticeship or a venture of their own, but they may also have meaningful engagement with their community. And that I'm going to read this. This would include the most vulnerable of our learners who will very much not likely enroll, enlist, or have independent employment. However, all the skills of a CPS graduate at whatever level could support these kids and their families to feel the expectation that they can truly participate and engage in their communities. So I want us to make sure that we're consistently taking that theme. Our staff is teaching me all the time, so this is just one. We did it on 7, and I want to make sure that we keep that theme to make sure we include all of our learners. So just saying that.
Yep.
That publicly. Thank you.
All right. So again, I think maybe first part of the strategy here as we go forward is, Superintendent, if you want to just have your team share out the slide deck again, email board members, individual email. We'll come up with a system to also be able to communicate out, and maybe a rolling way of documenting those things that people have shared as their thoughts. Yes, don't send them to each other. Send them straight to the superintendent, but we'll come up with a way to track that information. And then what we will strive to do is to get something out as an updated version at least a week before the next meeting, which is not till the 14th, so that we have at least some time to digest and then give any last minute feedbacks. But otherwise, let's keep the meeting moving. So. And again, this is a great step forward. I want to thank Akeisha for all the hard work that Bellwether has done. I know she's been at probably as many meetings over the last few weeks, if not more, than I have been to. So we talk about this work, but really appreciate all the work that Bellwether has done to support us. Come back to the superintendent here for our next presentation, and actually we'll cover 2 topics, I believe. So.
Absolutely. So next up, we have a presentation by our new Director of Teaching, Learning, and Innovation, coming back to Cincinnati Public Schools. After I've served as the principal at Hughes Big Red High School, we do have Kathy Wright bringing the presentation on what will be our instructional plan for the school year.
And just before you begin, I just want to note again how many folks we have who have come back into the district to work for the district and that we're highlighting today. As we go into our bicentennial, this should be something that we are highlighting as our story of CPS as well, because the number of people who work in our district, who were part of our product of our district, is tremendous. So, yeah.
Thank you so much to all of our board members, to Superintendent Murphy. I am so excited to be back to a place. Can you hear me? It's on, okay. Thank you. I am very tall. But I am incredibly happy to be back in a place that I love, and a place where I really learned how to be a great educator, and a place that I proudly enrolled my children, and they're excellent adults. My youngest just graduated from the University of Kentucky with a degree in aerospace engineering. CPS has a rocket scientist that they can take credit for. So I just always appreciate being with you and able to share the very exciting news about what we're planning for the 26-27 school year around academic innovation and instructional network. So thank you so much. I'm sure that Superintendent Murphy has shared with you previously around the work of the networks. It was part of what she shared as part of the strategic plan, and it is a very thoughtful framework for ensuring that we are giving services to students and to educators in a way that is very thoughtful, it is very connected, it is very coherent, and that it really impacts the daily work that happens inside of the schoolhouses. We have, I call it an ecosystem of 4 networks that are led by our deputy superintendent and assistant superintendents. There's an elementary network 1 that's led by Deputy Superintendent Alicia Smith. Our elementary network, and it has 17 schools in it. We have elementary networks number 2, which is led by Assistant Superintendent Deb Klein. We have the K-8 middle school network that's led by Assistant Superintendent Sierra Badgett that has 11 schools in it. And then we have the K-12 high school network, which is led by Assistant Superintendent Amy Randolph. The point of the networks, though, are to ensure that there is strategic leadership and strategic work around the services and the resources and the systems and ways and routines that we support educators and learners in our district. One of the key things the superintendent has been very clear with me about is that we want to make sure that we are always providing equitable access to education opportunities for all learners in our districts. So this is a way that we can make sure that we're sharing routines, that we are collaborating in a way that ensures, again, that there is this braided set of resources that every student in every building will have access to. We're making an intentional push to make sure that MTSS is not a one-off. It is actually the way and the theme that all of us think about high quality tier 1 instruction. So it's not just the academic work, but the behaviors, the attendance, the social emotional data. They're all braided together to kind of make sure that everyone understands, has the same language, has the same routines, has the same access, to ensure, again, that every learner has high quality instruction happening every day. Very important to the networks is making sure that we have a coherent system that allows for all of this work to happen. So inside of each network, there are instructional coaches that are aligned to content. There are also coaches that are aligned to implementation, those that are very well versed in data and the analysis and all of the work that it would take in order to make close decisions around the work that is currently happening. Instructional rounds, our district is very familiar with instructional rounds. That work will continue, as well as professional learning. And I'll talk more about professional learning. We, as you know, today was a professional development day. The thing that I think that is really critical to always highlight about the work inside of Cincinnati Public and the work that we do around professional development is always teachers in the room, either leading the work, facilitating the work, collaborating with us, so that they don't feel like the work is separate from what they really have to do on a daily basis, but they're really leading the charge and helping us to understand and helping their peers to understand what this work needs to look like. So the instructional network continues in that vein, continues that work, and it allows for us to use data to really inform the work that we do around school improvement. It also, because we have a network model, it brings the work closer to schools. The coordinated support of the network leaders in the offices of the superintendent, the assistant superintendents, et cetera, along with the decision making and the support, it brings it closer to principals and the teachers and the students in those buildings. It also leads us to a space where we can be much more responsive, bringing that work closer, getting that evidence, helping us to adjust more quickly. I think Member Lindy talked about it earlier, like how do we respond to things we might be seeing in the data? How do we get that data more frequently? How do we get that data, and how do we then use that data to then maybe shift what's happening inside of classrooms and provide hopefully some different results for our learners? And then there's this sense of shared accountability inside of the networks. The networks really do help to define some ownership for some of the systems that we're going to be putting in place, from the content coaches to the implementation coaches, removing barriers as much as possible, making sure that student outcomes are always at the forefront of our decision making, and again, using data to really drive that. So we're going to really be actively moving towards student success, and we're going to do this with a sense of urgency that maybe we didn't have an opportunity to have before. The networks allows us, with the proximity, again with the coherence, the communication that happens there, to have a cadence of a higher accountability for the work that the adults are doing in the space, again, to provide more access and equitable access to our learners inside of the space. So daily execution, looking at what we're doing, what we're intending to do, and actually looking at the results that are coming out, happening inside of our classrooms. Educators looking at the classroom walkthrough data, looking at what's happening with attendance, looking at all of those measures and actually creating action plans around that data much more quickly and much more efficiently, because they will have the support and the resources in order to do that. Focusing very, very heavily on tier 1 instruction, right? having clarity around what that is, making sure that those resources and those materials are in the hands of those educators, and they know how to use them in a way that's going to be actionable in the lives of young people, right? Looking at formative assessments, looking at team instructors, making sure that the curriculum is in alignment, is grade level, it's aligned to standards, and it's happening in every classroom every day. There's an urgency and ownership in this work, right? We're driving ownership, we're driving urgency in the model by ensuring that there's that we have a cadence of accountability amongst the networks, within the networks, but also that we're not just looking at the data, but we're creating action around the data. All of this requires a system-wide commitment to this work, right? We want teachers to teach with clarity. We want them to use high quality instructional materials. We want them to act on data, but we have to support all of that, right? And so everything that we're doing is about ensuring that we are showing up in the spaces where teachers might need that support, where learners might need that support, and ensuring that we're putting those measures in place to ensure that we can, again, act on our promise to ensure that every student has an equitable access to high quality instruction every day. So again, clearly defined roles are key to driving this implementation. Building teams, the building level teams and the principals, they still own school level implementation. They have to protect the professional learning communities, the TBT process, the routines, but acting on that evidence with the support of the network. The content and implementation coaches that are assigned to the particular networks, they are there to help translate that work into effective coaching. Coaching teachers one-on-one, coaching in groups, providing professional development at the building level, etc. Planning, modeling, and really working with adults on implementation based on what the metrics are saying from the data, helping them again to make sense of that so that they can then put those actions in place in real time with students. Student services, culture, safety are still really key to what happens inside of the networks, and we're working really hard to make sure that we are looking at and making sure that everybody has the same language around MTSS and what that means, and it's not just something that is only relegated to one part of the conversation, but it is something that all of us need to speak in a way that impacts the outcomes for learners. And then ensuring that our external partners, whether they be from one of our after-school friends or others or tutors that are coming into our schools, making sure that they also understand how the role that they play in supporting the education that's happening inside of our classrooms. So back in the spring, the curriculum department really made a tremendous effort to ensure that we had some really good ways forward. And they came up with a really cool signature statement, just do it. They couldn't just use that because it was Nike. They had to add a little more to it. But you'll see on all of these slides that they're using that language to talk about how we're going to do these things in each of the content areas. For example, just do it early, right? Building the foundation in literacy and mathematics. For as long as I've been in education, everybody talks about literacy and mathematics. I always want to talk about science and technology, but that's for another day, right? But we always know that those core moves have to happen. We know that those things can shift the outcomes for our learners. So we have to make sure that we are being laser focused on that. So looking at our core moves around our daily instruction in both ELA and mathematics. ELA, explicit training in word recognition and language comprehension. Looking at weekly focus around writing. For math, hands-on problem solving, conceptual math discovery, having students really talk about the math, really explaining the problems in a very structured way that really not only helps them with the math, but helps them with the literacy portion of that. Again, key outcomes, key targets, we want 90% of our students to be on track for literacy. We want that with grade 2 reading, with grade 2 students reading at 55 to 85 words per minute, right? We want a math foundation that will help them to achieve deep, strong number sense. Critically important. We're going to just do it deeper. We're going to transition from reading to learn, from learning to read to reading to learn, right? Transitioning to that is, and also including writing, in the content areas and mathematical reasoning are going to be key to that work. Again, all of these big key moves have been in the works for quite some time through the curriculum department, and so this won't be new work for our educators. This will be work that we'll continue to add value to and some substance to and some support to. We're going to do it strategically, right? We're going to own and learn and prepare for rigor. We're going to make sure that the instructional focus as our students grow and mature through middle school and into high school, that adolescent engagement remains strong, that we're creating systems for them to have independence, for there to be some advocacy, some agency in that space as they prepare for high school and the rigors that come with it. Making sure that students learn how to track their progress, how they set goals, how to reflect on their performance, making sure that they backwards plan on those writing tasks, the things that they're going to be asked when they have to write for college board exams, et cetera, for AP exams, starting to teach that and planning for that rigor early. We're also going to, as Superintendent Murphy talked about, we're really planning for life after high school. Post-secondary readiness is a huge part of this work. Making sure that the instructional focus is there so that those students can understand what they need, mastery of complex text, alignment to real-world application. Real core moves in that instruction has to happen in order for students to be prepared to have improved ACT scores, to have improved performance on end of course exams, to increase the graduation rate. The student experience has to be authentic, it's got to be aligned to tasks, and students have to really understand that post-secondary pathways are possible and that they have a way forward. And so the networks and all of the work that we're doing there is aligned to ensure that these things happen. Well, I talked earlier about instructional rounds. Instructional rounds are key, because they're a data point that you can gather that are non-evaluative, but that will give you some feedback on what's happening in classrooms. Not just so that you can talk about it, right? But as my child says, so that you can be about it, right? What can we change? What can we shift? What do we need to do? What are the things that need to happen in order to help to move the needle incrementally so that we can see that all of our learners are having some opportunities for growth? So looking at, again, the data that's coming from the instructional rounds and making sure that we're leveraging that in a way, again, to improve instruction for all schools and for all learners. Leadership look-forwards. We're always trying to ensure that our students, as they graduate, they not only are they leaders, but they've seen what leaders do, right? So we're actively moving towards students' success. And what would our leaders be looking for? They'll be looking for students who are not just they're students that are doing the thinking, not just the teacher being a sage on the stage. We're looking for teachers who are adjusting the instruction in real time based on formative data of the students that are sitting in front of them in that classroom. We're looking for real evidence of rigor inside of the questions and the tasks that they are asking of our learners. We're looking for small groups that are actively engaged in discourse about the learning process, that are talking about real math problems, real problems that are happening in science, et cetera, as part of their learning process. We're looking for students who are able to articulate their learning in a different way and talk about their own success and know what they know and understand what they need to know in order to be successful. So how are we going to do that, right? I know that there have been a lot of shifts in the district based on different things and budgets and et cetera. And so there have been some shifts in how we might be able to do that work. But that work is not going to be lost or reduced in any way. We have a very robust plan to continue professional learning within our networks and with our schools. So we will have targeted learning based on the instructional priorities identified by not only the strategic plan, but based on data, based on building level data. What do different buildings, what do different departments, et cetera, need? And we'll be building professional learning opportunities specific to that. We want to support the curriculum. The district has gone through a tremendous adoption of high quality instructional materials where teachers were at the table in those meetings, hoping to define what we meant by high quality instructional materials, and that adoption process has happened. So now that we have those materials, how can we support that curriculum? What are the professional learning opportunities we need to provide? How do we ensure that teachers actually have access and are using those tools, and that we can support them? Not only with instructional practices, but the assessments and the improvement methods that we might need to leverage in order to ensure success for all of our learners. One strategy that we're also going to continue moving forward is collaboratives. I believe collaboratives might be a year or two old. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. I wasn't sure, but for sure, it is something that I was just speaking with a principal today. He's like, Kathy, when are we doing collaboratives? They are very excited about the work of the collaboratives because it is intentional work that is very strategic around content and for specific grade levels. For example, a third grade push. All of the teachers in third grade who are teaching third grade reading, for example, would be brought together. They would look at the data, they'd look at the tools and the resources and look at ways that they can help to get their learners to that point where they're proficient in that space. And so we have collaboratives planned for the entire year. Algebra 1, geometry, we have collaboratives planned where teachers are at the table. They are, again, they're brought together to plan, to problem solve, to look at ways to support their own learning in that space, for them to then support the learning of students in that space. And then lastly, we have coaching. As I talked about before, each network will have coaches inside of it that are highly trained, highly professional coaches in the content area and in implementation, data science. So essentially, those coaches are going to act as job embedded support. So they will be able to help educators in their classrooms with classroom practice, modeling, feedback, data use, implementation support. So there'll be what I call just-in-time supports for teachers who might be looking for that kind of help. So again, I feel like it's a very robust plan for us to support education and educators, in this space to ensure that they have the information and the support in order to really put in place all of the things that we want for all of our learners every day. On this page, I have a link. I don't know if it's going to really click for me. If you can click that link for me. But I wanted to give you an idea of the number and types of professional learning that we have available that we've already planned. And as you can see, we've got a laundry list of professional development offerings that we're going to be offering after school through our council chairs, et cetera. They have really worked together with the coaches and their buildings to really think about what are the offerings we need to put in place that will ensure that all of our educators across the district have access to the work in a way that, again, is supported and is aligned to not only the goals of their building, but to the strategic plan. Thank you.
All righty. It's a spreadsheet with a lot of trainings on it. So I will open it up for our board members with any questions, thoughts. Board Member Bolton.
I'd like to change your title.
Okay. My title?
That'll do it. See, that's why I want to take my intermission and get refreshed. It's a bold initiative. Bold initiative, yes. And is this also the curriculum thing too? I mean, obviously, this is that position. I would like it if this is, and I love the title, but I want to change it. Not surprisingly, because something you've said and made me think about it. I just would like you to be the Director of Learning and Academic Innovation. I think the teaching thing, what you're talking about here, all this stuff, and I'm showing my age again, I love learning communities. And what CPS it really is a giant learning community with thousands of little learning communities. I mean, that's like 3 kids studying for chemistry tests is a learning community. This is a giant learning community, so diverse, so huge, that the teaching thing, no, teachers are learners. And so, I mean, and I like this, the collaborative piece. People love that. People love as professionals to be together and to talk about stuff. And that starts to make us stop being a remediation district. When you start talking about learning communities, you're no longer talking about remediating. It's real important. And I'm interested to know, I want teachers to be the possessors of the curriculum, and I want them to practice it, but I want them to own it, you know, and because they are the educators, as you mentioned. And I think if we can think in terms of being a giant learning community, and I want to see, not surprisingly, if anybody's been here a long time, I do want to see science and social studies. Because when I only see math and reading, we're still remediating. Because kids, science, social studies, the arts, this is all part of the classic learning community. And our kids deserve that. The suburbs get that. And our kids need that as well. And we do a good job as an urban doing that. But I like that the urban, the idea that you're hitting this learning community, but it's a giant learning community, a diverse one, speaking multiple languages and what have you. The other thing is, I don't see here any, and I don't know enough. I had to actually have Mr. Crossett turn my phone on and off because I still haven't figured that out. But this is a weird question then coming from me. Where does AI fit into any of this? I mean, how do I do it?
Member Bolden, I agree
Where is
that
AI in any of this? Because I had somebody yesterday go through and do the whole AI thing, and they answered everything we needed to know about Cincinnati Public Schools.
I think that's part of the academic innovation
Okay.
piece, but to your point, I do believe that AI is a real conversation. I would have to defer to Superintendent Murphy about
Okay.
what we might do about that.
Okay, thank you for deferring. So, you know, the board passed a policy now, I believe, 2 years ago. And then we have Innovation Council, Mr. Crossett brought that as a request
We have UC
a year
helping us
ago.
or somebody.
And so Assistant Superintendent Badgett is leading that work. And then we also have from Jeremy's team an entire group of people who have been doing professional development with our staff on artificial intelligence. I believe that this is embedded across disciplines, across the curriculum. So we've been working on the what we will do and what methods we'll use over the last school year, last year, and now it has to be embedded throughout the curriculum. Thank you.
Didn't really answer. Thank you.
All right. Other board members? Board Member Crossett?
I apologize, I had to step out for a minute, and I missed some of your presentation. Have you considered in all of this the amount of screen time, and the impact of how much screen time affects learning?
The curriculum that has been decided upon is high quality instructional materials, and all of that is research-based work. I don't know, and I'll have to defer to Superintendent Murphy about any particular policy.
You may recall that partly because of our budget conversations, I believe screen time will be reduced over this year because we have gone to more of a model. We started this last year with the younger grades, you'll recall, more of a model where we're back to carts and in the classrooms and not necessarily students with their own individualized devices. So there you should begin to see less screen time for young people, at least during the school day.
I got a couple more questions. The big spreadsheet that has all the different titles of the different professional development per classroom or per teacher maybe, or one of the things, and maybe Treasurer Gusson it's a suggestion, but it seems like we're, in the Innovation Council, we're looking at the idea of how much of our PD we could bring in-house versus outsource. Both in terms of improving the PD and also making it more cost-effective. So I just suggested that spreadsheet might be a tool to help with that process. And then my last question is, we had a really good presentation from our staff member Vargo on all the nuances and the calculations and categories behind the state report card. And I think there was a mention about something called a report card simulator. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if your work and the work that you're doing I have another question after this one, sorry. Is that any integration with that simulator? Is it
okay? I'll defer.
So the report card simulator is really something done school by school. Some schools were doing it in the past. Last year we had each school do it so that they can see where they are in terms of their standing with the report card and what they need to do to move the mark to help to improve their report card. So all principals last year were trained. New principals will be trained this year so that we can continue that work.
I get that, but is it integrated with our Learning Innovation program?
Yes, the plan is that, and I was even with the principal today, where he and I were looking at the simulator by Ms. Vargo, and just talking through the actual data and the numbers and what kind of professional development that we need to put in place based on the opportunity for growth in certain areas.
Great, thank you. I mean, I just think that maybe there's some value there. Mm-hmm. And then I had one more question, but then I got distracted, and I think I forgot what it is now. I'll have to come back to it.
You can always take an admission if you need to.
Instructional round. How do you know? Is there a way to measure whether an instructional round is any good or not?
I'm glad that you mentioned that. One of the key things that I failed to share is that the work that we've done with Cincinnati Children's Hospital around quality improvement is going to be key to the instructional rounds framework and how we actually look at the data and actually try to figure out what the next steps might be. We'll use all of the tools that are part of that QI toolkit, including the Plan, Do, Study, Act framework, to ensure that we have a common language around how to do that work, and that we have another seamless way that is coherent across all of the networks that we're looking at the data that's coming out.
Is that new this year?
No, actually, the QI work has been in, even when I was a principal, we were doing QI work.
But that, okay, so, okay, I'll just be anxious to hear more about our high quality instructional rounds. How's that?
Okay. Go Vice President Moffitt and then Board Member Umberser, or whichever one you want to do.
I literally am just going to say, I think this is great. I think this year is about action is really the most important part of this entire presentation, and I look forward to seeing it happen.
Thank you.
All right. Vice President Moffitt.
So thank you. I think it's tough. We can be a tough audience sometimes, especially when we're all aligned. You just happen to catch us when we're a little tired right now. So that's kind of a good thing, because I know the work that we've done with children's, to my knowledge, it's all aligned, right? We've been sending people to children's for quite a while. I want to go when the next time comes, because that QR work is so interesting. I'm going to ask this question, because usually we ask the questions to the superintendent, so you can kind of piggyback, but usually this is the superintendent's questions. So what is our current coaching capacity? And how do we know that it's sufficient? Like, how do we know that that's the right number for 61 schools? Like, do we have enough? Clearly, we're going to have enough. But I'm saying, how do we know that that's good?
So the coaching capacity, that was one of the elements in the report through Bellwether, if you recall. And there was a recommendation that we increase the number of coaches that we have. There are two pieces that give me pause about it. One, the affordability of it, and then two, where you get the coaches from, because we get a little concerned about them, the best and brightest teachers coming out of the classroom.
Yeah.
So I don't have an exact number.
But my next question is, can't we just use our own? Because we have, like, we do a really good job with our staff. I think we've got some of the best staff in the country, some of our best teachers. So I'm like, well, can't we just have our teachers teach ourselves? But I know that might not be realistic. So I'm always about revenue generating. I'm always about, like, paying us to do us. So I'm just wondering, is there a way, if it doesn't exist in the current system, this is kind of a soliloquy, but if there isn't a way that it exists in the current system, can we just ideate about how to maybe rebuild it in the future so that it could be something that we do ourselves and supplement that rather than to hire that out? That was kind of my thinking. Because, like, if it's not enough, but we have the pool, why couldn't we just figure that part out? So anyway, that's just an open.
And sometimes our teachers don't want to leave their classrooms, so it's a mixed bag.
So maybe then it's like a cycle. You cycle on a year or two, because I wouldn't want I know some great teachers, and I don't want them to leave either, but I need their knowledge to be. So maybe it's like a year on, a year off, a year.
So that is the current model, that there, I believe, is a 3-year cycle that they're able to be out of the classroom.
Gotcha. And then, so how did we determine the network sizes? And is there any evidence that we used? Because we talked about evidence in the strategic plan. So is there, like, evidence that tells us that one leader for 16, 17 schools is the best practice? Like, how do we come up with that?
So basically with the network model, we put one area of content in each network, right? And so in the elementary piece, we've balanced that out a little bit more this year, because I think at one point we had Assistant Superintendent Klein with about 23 schools, I believe, 23, 24. So we tried to balance that out a little bit this year. 16 high schools is probably a lot too, but we try to work within the confines of the dollars that we have available and the resources that we have available in order to jumpstart this plan.
So ideally, I know it's probably more driven by economics now, but, like, ideally, what would it be? Like, ideally, it would be like 8, but we have to do 16. Like, what would be ideal?
Yeah.
Obviously, a smaller number, but
Yeah, I'd have to take a closer look at that. I think it depends on, what our final results are from the fiscal year 26 report card in order to give the best response.
I was thinking, and it really wasn't a trick question. I was thinking, like, it would be based off of, like, programming. Like, is it Montessori? Would it be Montessori clustered?
Well, we do have the Montessori's grouped together right now.
Yeah. Well, I was also thinking, like, my corridor thing. Like, I don't know.
So when we looked at the corridor model for this, it would be a lot more expensive. So, for example, right now you have Assistant Superintendent Randolph covering all of the high schools. But if you went by corridor, yes, so it gets more expensive. Same thing is true with the middle schools. Right now, Assistant Superintendent Badgett is covering all of the middle schools, but if you went by corridor, you would be spreading those resources out. And at this point, it just was not in the scope of the finances that we have.
Yeah. When I asked that question around, like, ideally, I was thinking, ideally, it would be programming within corridors, like that would be ideal, but we have to now, because it's about finances.
We definitely looked at that, and we just thought it might be too much for where we are right now.
Gotcha. My other question is my concern around students with disabilities and then our ELL students. How does the instructional model support students with disabilities, and how are intervention and core instructions being aligned with IEP services?
Yeah.
Rather than operating as a separate system. I just feel like our students with disabilities, that's an area that we struggle in, and it always feels like it's just my personal opinion. It feels like they're always kind of an afterthought. Not that they are. That's my personal opinion. But how are we, when we mention MTSS, how are we focusing on special ed implementation? It's not deeply addressed. So how are we focusing on that? And then also, our English learners is absent. It's very largely absent. So there's no clear description of language development, sheltered instruction, multilingual learner supports, instructional adaptations. So where do multilingual learner instructional practices fit into the core instructional model, especially as we define what high-quality Tier 1 instruction should look like district-wide?
So you may remember that we moved our MTSS program to the Student Services Department with Dr. Reeves. When we were initially talking about this network model, Dr. Reeves had a conversation with me about having the managers join each of the models, and so we have created that, and there is someone from our Department of Student Services as a part of each of the networks. So it's exciting to me.
So, but it's not in the presentation. So how are they going to be implemented into, because there's no description around language development. So how are we going to implement? They're present, okay? So if they're going to be present, how are we going to implement those practices to support that? Like, what are they going to?
So they'll be working with the team on a weekly basis out in the schools together with the team to inspect what is happening in the schools and being able to provide and recommend additional support or the resource of time, depending on what they see and what they find on a weekly basis. They'll also be a part of those Friday professional development sessions where they then map out what is going to happen the week following.
Okay. We talked about equity, and I'm just going by the report, by the presentation. So it says stronger outcomes for every school, but it doesn't show the implementation. So, or it doesn't explicitly show the monitoring by race, disability, socioeconomics, English language learners. So we know that there are gaps. How will we know whether the instructional model is reducing those disparities rather than simply raising the district averages?
So we'll still continue to use the curriculum. We'll still continue to do the benchmarking that we have been doing over the last couple of years. And happy to share reports on how well we're doing or where we may need to make adjustments.
And will that data that we receive, will the instructional student outcome data be disaggregated by school and by student group?
We can disaggregate it by school and student group.
Okay, that'd be great. Now, I think my last couple questions are just, because you mentioned that the high school plan is not as rigorously developed as the littles, and I'm particularly interested in our CTE access, credential completion. For me, that's pretty significant. Work-based learning, and I always have concerns around partnerships and dual enrollment. So how does the plan connect to our career tech strategy, employer partnerships, apprenticeships, and industry credentials?
once again, in the middle school and the high school model, there is now a dedicated person to ensure that we're working with our counselors, we're working with our principals to make sure that we have kids earning industry recognized credentials, to make sure that we're adjusting those credentials to align with what the direction the state has set, as I mentioned earlier, just this summer. And so there's one person for each of those networks on the team as well.
Okay. I will send, I have one or two more, but I'll spread the wealth with my colleagues and send the rest of them in email. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. And welcome to the team. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dr.
To the team. Thank you.
Alrighty. Board Member Mapp, then Board Member Lindy.
Well, good evening, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for coming back to the district. We're excited about it. So I just want to call out a few things. I do appreciate the conversation around the urgency, around the responsiveness to act, and the accountability piece, and the rigor. I think those are great things to call out, and so thank you for highlighting that within the networks. As President Craig talked about, within our district, sometimes there could be mindsets around what change looks like, right? And so, and having to try to adjust to the change. And so my question is directly to you as well as Superintendent Murphy. This is a new concept, right? So how do we help our leaders that send the work to adjust and kind of shift the mindset and behavioral practices that may have once been, to leaning into really supporting this work and having you know, the resources, not just in theory sometimes, but truly having the resources to support the work. And so I'm curious to know, how will you help to create that direction?
I think it's really important to know that I think CPS has done a really good job in developing leaders who are nimble and who understand the task at hand. I think the leaders that are in our buildings have all at this point heard a lot of the work around the networks, and they understand the layers of support, and they understand the layers that might impact the way that they might do business. I think our deputy and our assistant superintendents have been very transparent in their expectations around what happens inside of the schoolhouses, and that our leaders are aligned to that work. So a lot of this work, the technical pieces of looking at data, is not really going to be new at all for most of our leaders and most of our educators in this space, because they understand quality improvement process, they understand school improvement, they understand data. The hope is that bringing this support closer to them, right, in a much more intentional way, a much more cooperative way, as Superintendent Murphy noted, having DSS part of the conversation in a different way, having making sure the career technical education supports are also in the conversation, not just content, but looking at having an implementation coach, really help us to look at data in a different way. I think the feedback that I've gotten so far is people are very excited about that, because it feels like, again, that they are being collaborated with, and that it is a way to actually have them be more intentional around the conversation about the work, but then actually put action into place based on the data that they're seeing.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I have, and it's actually this slide right here, the conversation about MTSS, right, and the integration. And so I'm happy to hear that there is an emphasis on Tier 1, because we want to make sure that every student has the opportunity to engage in that core uniform instruction, right? And yet we also recognize that some students will need additional support. Can you speak to what that Tier 2, Tier 3 lens may look like, or what it may require from this network model?
Well, definitely, we have, the plan is for all of our coaches to have the same conversation and language around MTSS, whether it's tier 1, 2, or 3. But the work that we're doing every day, again, is really, again, going to be about how do we ensure that everyone is on the same page about that. As we think about tier 2 and tier 3, we have additional supports to help with that. We still, Dr. House and Dr. Winona Oliver still lead a lot of that work in the district, and will continue to support teams and schools with additional supports around tier 2 and tier 3 interventions.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, you called out recognizing that we need to have that early intervention with literacy and mathematics, which I wholeheartly agree with. And so much of our data, while it definitely still has tremendous room for growth and improvement, but much of our data reflects that our early, our foundational grade levels are 56% or so, right? But as the students matriculate throughout the grade bands, that's where we're seeing the decline with our data, such as declining to 40%, or our high schools 20% sometimes. And so I'm really interested in, from your lens of leading the curriculum work, and again, pushing this work to our leaders and within our schools, how can we, and this may be very high level, but I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts, or what will you share out with the team to help try to ensure, as you've talked about, ensuring that level of consistency and growth with our curriculum and instruction? So not where it's fragmented or broken when we get to a certain grade band. How do we maintain that level of consistency?
I think it's one of the wicked problems in education, right? How do you shift from learning to read to reading to learn? And how do you keep students engaged in that work in a way that's meaningful and actually produces results for them? So there's a lot of good work happening in the district around reading across the content areas. There's a lot of support inside of the networks to ensure that literacy is not just talked about as an ELA topic, but it's talked about in social studies, it's talked about in science, and all of the different areas. So those educators also have the tools and the techniques that an ELA specialist, a reading specialist, might have, but they can leverage that in the other content areas.
I appreciate that. So again, hearing kind of a woven, integrated, comprehensive plan where we're able to, the students and the district, we're able to leverage those skills in every academic content area.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Lindy.
Thanks, President Craig. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a really important topic, and I'm glad we have a chance to talk about it tonight. I was thinking, I know that you shared an earlier part of your career with us as principal, but you've only been in this role, what, a couple of weeks? Is that?
This is day 11.
Day 11. So there's a lot in here, but I just want to set an appropriate level of expectations from my part for somebody who's here in the day 11, lowering to take a minute to, welcome back, look around, find where the bathroom is, those kinds of things, and we'll get to the other stuff. I think as somebody who is new, not new, but new for this role, you have fresh eyes, which I think is an asset. And so as you're coming and looking at where we are and what's going on, could you just speak for a minute to what you see as what's going well? What are the biggest challenges? And you have the right to change your mind as you're here more than 11 days. But just from what you've seen so far, what are there assets we have when it comes to instruction? What are the biggest gaps you see when it comes to instruction? I would love to start there.
I think CPS's biggest advantage is that it has a mindset around innovation. I've had the pleasure of being able to, in my time away, be in a lot of spaces. And I think the thoughtfulness of our superintendent, the leadership and the just the overall professionalism of our entire senior leadership team just speaks to the level of commitment they have to being a leader in a space where there aren't many of the big eight willing to do some of the things that we're willing to do. I think the instructional network model is smart. I think it gets us, again, closer to the work in a way, and it creates a rapid innovation cycle that can happen with that data as it becomes real, right? And so that we don't have these huge gaps in time where we're getting data in September from a map and we're not doing anything, or we don't have any action in place that is really going to change that metric by the time we take it in late December. So I think the mindset of the district, I think, has always been about how can we be innovative, still research-based, still being thoughtful about the partnerships that we bring into the space to help us do the work, I think is really an indicator of a high-quality district for me.
Thank you. And what about challenges?
I'm sorry?
Challenges?
Challenges? I think helping people who are not ready for innovation to really understand the power that could happen if they would just make one right turn. Sometimes as educators, we can get used to things happening a certain way, and it just doesn't feel good necessarily to have to think about how do you shift in a 2026 and preparing students for AI and preparing students to be less on screens, but to still be adaptable and malleable and know how to do all of the things because they, this is what their world is going to look like. And so the challenge is, I think, is going to be to continue to help those educators see the value in being out front with those shifts and making it safe for them to have that discourse, but also encouraging them in that space to still lean into it and be in the journey with us.
Thank you. And again, 11 days, you reserve the right to change your mind as you learn more. We'll be interested in hearing, maybe they change, maybe they don't, but that's really helpful. I think I had a couple other questions. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I do think this really matters. Could we go to slide 10 for a second? I had a couple questions about this one.
I didn't know.
Keep going. Back one.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one, yeah. I was wanting to understand a few things about this slide. It's the only slide I'm going to ask about. So can you help me understand more about what makes a school in the intensive round category versus the traditional round category? I wasn't totally sure what ATCSI stood for. And then I had one question about the TNTP framework. But big question is like what puts you into each category?
So the schools that have been listed as CSI schools, ATI schools, are schools that have, for the past 3 years, performed in the lowest category on the state report card. And so we have 15 schools for various reasons who are in that space. And we're going to do more intensive rounds to ensure that we can help to move those schools.
I apologize too. I don't know ATI. So what's that stand for, or CSI?
CSI is, I'm going to mess it up. Why did it just pop out of my mouth?
But these are schools that have been identified either, and I can't remember the acronym, ATI or CSI, but they've been identified either because of some subgroup or just where their reading scores are or graduation rate for the high schools that are in them. And this rating has recently been recalculated in terms of how the schools are identified. Mr. Lindy, we will get to you what ATI exactly stands for.
It's okay, look,
It just went out of my head.
It's okay. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who didn't know. It makes me feel a little bit better. I think I wanted to say I think this is good. I think it's smart to have, like, not every school needs the same thing. I think if we're not being responsive to what schools need, shame on us. So I love the idea that there is some differentiation in terms of how we're approaching schools. I personally think that if your school is posting great learning gains for students, I'm fine if we leave them alone. You know, I've said this before, but I think that there are schools where we need all the help we can get, and let's spend as much of our energies helping those schools as possible. So I think that's great. I'm not familiar with the TNTP instructional rounds framework. Could you say a little bit about what that is and how that works?
So the New Teacher Project is the instructional round framework that we've been using. It's a form where it looks at glows and grows inside of the classroom when the instructional rounds happen. There's a framework that the district has used where the principal kind of presents the problem or the opportunity that they would like them to take a look at as they're making the rounds inside of the classroom. And it's just a framework that we've been using for quite a few years. Most schools that are not inside of the CSI category will have 1 to 2 to 3 rounds. So every school essentially will have some level of instructional rounds. It's just those that are again in this category will have a more intensified round schedule and cadence, so they'll have more supports.
And is that, does it also, on the traditional round side, with the TNTP instructional rounds framework, is that something that is focused on, integrated with, centered on high quality instructional materials, or is it different?
It's in high quality instructional materials. It's also around teacher practices. Are students engaged in the work? All of those kinds of things are things that you might see on traditional instructional rounds.
That's really helpful. I would be is it share, mostly just for my own interest, is the TNTP framework something that's shareable with the board?
I believe so, yes.
Because it's not something I've seen before, and would be interested in seeing more about it. This is great. I appreciate the question, the responses. I'll share just a couple things. Last point on my end. From my perspective, this is one of the most important areas where the administration can try to improve student outcomes. So do you think this matters a lot? Within that, where is it most important to focus? This has come up in a lot of board meetings in the past, and it's in the strategic plan, but I think the work of ensuring that not only have we adopted high quality instructional materials, but that they are being used effectively in the classrooms that need the most help is the ballgame. And so I think that as I look at the district and try to answer the same question, where are the biggest needs? You know, in spring 25, we had in ELA, it was less than 30% of classrooms were implementing the adopted curriculum effectively. I think by the end of this past school year, 26, that number was up a lot. It was up between 50 and 60%, depending on what subject you're looking at. So there's been some improvement, and that is good. I think there's also a huge amount to go if we're still between 50 and 60%. So just, I asked you the question of where the biggest needs were. Just in the first couple of days in the role, I wanted to share from my perspective as I look at the district. I think one of the most important areas within instruction is how can we help make sure that the curriculum is being used and being used well in the classrooms that need the most help. I think it's really this distinction between what kinds of professional development is integrated with the curriculum versus what isn't is a really big deal and is really important. And I think there's investment that I think we made with the Title IIA funds around bringing in some external support around curriculum-based professional learning. Do we have a plan for where that money is going to be spent yet?
We have not launched an RFP for it yet.
We're doing a new RFP for it?
Probably so, yes.
I don't have a prior around Firm A, Firm B, Firm C. Where I do have an opinion is school starts on Wednesday. And so the longer that it takes to get that up and running, I think the more of the year we're letting go down the tubes. So I think what's the timing on getting that started?
Yeah, so what we had wanted to do is give schools an opportunity to get, to your point, up and running, making sure that they had their scheduling done, making sure that they had their staffing in place, making sure they went over their positive school culture plans with young people before we actually get started.
Okay. When do you think that process will have run its course so that there's a firm that can actually start working?
So we'll probably start on our end within the next week or so, and probably before it could be approved by you as a board, probably that September 14th board meeting.
That is helpful. And I appreciate the chance to talk about a subject that I think really matters. I may have other questions, and if I do, I'll follow up. Thanks.
And Mr. Lundy, Dr. Reeves reminded me, CSI is comprehensive support and improvement, and ATSI is additional targeted support and improvement.
All righty. So I'll go last here, and I'll try to keep it short because for being here 11 days, we've kept you up here way too long. So I want to just kind of highlight three things that I think was really important to me. And it's really something that I've heard from my friends who are teachers, which is, I think one of the best ways, and to steal a thought from Board Member Bolton from earlier when we talked about our strategic plan, but one of the best ways to recruit teachers is to demonstrate that there's a level of support for them to explore how to both use the curriculum and to use targeted efforts in addition to the curriculum to make sure their students are successful, right? Because I think there's a lot of space in there that we can make sure that teachers feel comfortable using the tools that are available to them and know those tools because they have coaches, they have mentors, and they have people along the way who are really guiding them to be that, be that innovational person, right? To be that person in the classroom who says, this is working for 20 of my students, but there are 2 students who it's not working for, and I need to figure out what will work for those 2 students, right? And I think there's a lot of teachers who are doing that in our district right now, but may not always be talking to each other or communicating how they've done that in the way that would be most successful on a daily basis. So I think what this is in a lot of ways an opportunity for us to show how we're empowering, how we're educating our teachers, how we're really giving them an opportunity to be those innovators and to share those tools with each other. Right, and that's what some of this instructional plan is really about, making sure that those folks who are in the classroom have all the tools they need to be successful so that our students who are sitting in that classroom are successful. And so in a lot of ways, I kind of vision this with the work that HR is trying to transition into, with really thinking about how do we talk to maybe the colleges around us who have education programs to really implement some of those resources into those things, right? Because we're doing that right now with the principals. And actually, one of the things I was most proud of going to the principals' graduation was the number of principals who stood up who delivered education during that part of that institute. Because they were recognizing the value of that thing. And I've heard conversations from them individually who says in their collective groups with each of the assistant soups and the deputy soup, that they've got times to talk to each other and innovate on that level. Bringing it to a bigger level was a really big difference for some of those folks, because they were hearing it on something they may never have heard about because they weren't in that collective, right? I think it's a similar deal for what of our teachers are able to do with the true collaborative efforts from that instructional plan. Is that an instructional plan gives them a map, and then if they're able to collaborate more, if they're able to work through all the different aspects and elements to it, now we got them thinking in a bigger fashion. Now we have potentially a chance to do something even more innovative with regards to how we work with our local colleges on building those teachers to come back quicker to our district and to stay in our district, more so than to come and do their shadowing and then leave, right? So we don't, that's one aspect of it. I also thought back to something that Board Member Lindy said earlier with regards to us being able to do regular conversations about, did we give you the right tools? Are you implementing the tools, and have the tools been successful? And I think that is something we as a board will have to kind of make a little bit of a change to what we're doing for, and we keep making changes to what we're doing for our CAL meetings, but you make a real change around that. But I think that's one of those things I see sometimes where we have great opportunities and great aspects, and I think the same way around music, art, dance. I think there's another world of that space too, where we can come up with some really great ways to be innovative and to provide opportunities where those things connect to a math lesson. You know, if you understand a quarter note and a half note, you may understand what a quarter of something and a half of something means and how those are different. Like being able to use those skills and creative thought. So I imagine there's a space in which that can be part of the conversation about, are we seeing patterns of things that the students are also doing that have improved their outcomes in other areas, right? That we can also incorporate into those conversations that we might have. The third thought, and again, I share this knowing that you've been here 11 days. One of the things that's really remarkable to me is whenever we get a chance as board members to go sit in a classroom and like experience this teachers talk to the students. At least for me, one of the big words that students always talk about is trust. Right? A lot of our students trust their teachers. They trust that person in a building, whether it's a social worker, whether it's an assistant principal, whether it's a principal. But they don't generally trust adults. Right? Like they don't generally go around saying every adult's, you know, trustworthy and respectful. And it's remarkable to me because I think that's a skill and a quality that builds your students' ability to learn, is when they feel like they've gone into a room and they had someone who they can trust, who tells them this is something they should know. I wonder sometimes when we do that we look at that for the students, but we don't always look at that for the employee. Right? When the employee doesn't feel like they can trust that you're going to have their back and work with them and do all those other steps, I think it does tend to build a little bit of the I'm going to do what I'm going to do because that's what it is. And so having a plan, having something that we can implement that will also begin to build people's buy-in and trust means that they're more likely to want to do these things like be coaches. They're more likely to want to do these, because that's the one thing I do worry about is I know a lot of our teachers will say, I don't do that because if something bad happens, you're going to blame me and I don't want to get blamed. So I'm in my nice, comfortable spot. I don't have to do that, right? And I think that's when we got to be able to have that trust in the system that they will break out of those things. And I know I said I only had three, but I have one more actually, which is this idea around collaboration. I think there's a world of space around these things that we have opportunities to do in our district. So we've seen it recently with the Ethics Bowl competition where we've allowed schools to compete both in bigger competitions, but then within each other. And so allowing some of those types of spaces as well around other concepts and other opportunities will also generate learning in the classroom, right? So if you're in math competitions, if you're in a business competition, if you're in some of these other things or engineering competition, you're more likely to pay attention in that class, in that science class, if you have something that you can then, as a teacher, be able to be competitive about, right? And so I would love that kind of, as we can maybe highlight some of those spirits of the competitiveness, but also open those opportunities for teachers to bring their own suggestions out, own ways to collaborate, or maybe their schools will challenge each other, or things like that, that would be fun ways to just do fun stuff with education, because I know the classes I paid the most attention to when I was in school, at least, were the ones I had the most fun in. Now, there probably should have been more of those classes, but I think that's part of what we have to be really thinking about, are ways that we can provide communication opportunities and challenges and things like that folks can highlight and share that are not necessarily going to be big dollar items. They're not going to be changes to the curriculum. They're not going to be this wholesale difference, but it'll be ways for folks to do a little bit more of that. I think we had a little bit of that spirit a few years ago with some things, and I think we can do more of it as we kind of go forward, but it just offers opportunities, especially within networks. You know, if you have a school where you say, okay, I remember when I was in high school, or when I was in elementary school, I used to do the whole thing of like, if your entire class had perfect attendance for a quarter, you got like a pizza party or these type of things. So then you would have, you come to school tomorrow? You better be coming to school tomorrow. Like these type of conversations that would happen among the students, that is part of education also, right? And I think that's something that I could see being a part of some of these discussions. But
Absolutely.
I want to thank you for day 11, having to come present before the board is quite a feat. But I think it'll be great for us as a board if we talk about these things also in the bigger picture of how it works and fits into the goals we might set, the results we're seeing, and the work of other departments, including the different deputy soup and assistant soups Because I think some of this stuff has been implemented by and some of the stuff has been working, and especially in the little pockets, but maybe as we go to a bigger global picture, we can see how it might work district-wide. All right. Well, I want to thank you, and I want to move us on to our next presentation so we can get out of here in a reasonable hour. So now to the fun stuff. We're going to go to our forecast from our treasurer.
Thank you, President Craig. I asked Mr. Kevin Ashley to come up and join us. Even though the hour is late, you may be thinking, well, this is really early to do a forecast. And you're right. Traditionally, this forecast has been done in November. Last year it was pushed to October. And because of how the last budget bill, now these are due at the end of August, which at some point I'll tell you why that's a bad idea. But let's go ahead and let Mr. Ashley get started. And Rob, if you'll go to the next slide.
So just some kind of reminders and to set the stage for new deadlines, as Mike mentioned. It's due by the end of August, so this being the last August meeting, we'll get it approved tonight and get that submitted to ODEW. The required period is the current year 27 plus 28, 29, and 30. Just a reminder, it focuses on the general fund activity only. It does not include federal and state grants. It does reflect some debt transfers that we do and some transfers for classroom maintenance that we do each year. So that's included in the forecast. Again, it'll be submitted tonight. Next slide. Just the four main elements of the forecast. It has revenue categories for property taxes, state aid, and a lot of other categories, including TIFs, CRAs. It includes a section, this is new for us, for new levy, and so that's modeled at the bottom of the forecast. There is a renewal that's modeled in 2030, or 2031, I'm sorry, which will be November of 29, and that would be when it would roll off if it were not renewed at that point. Categories: high-level expenditures, salaries and benefits, purchase services, supplies, and then it summarizes cash balance, starting cash balance, revenues, expenses, and ending cash balance for each of those fiscal years. I think Mike's going to talk about the next slide.
Yeah, so as we go there, just also want to thank the Budget, Finance, and Growth Committee for meeting on a Friday afternoon, and for our guests who weren't on the committee who also attended or watched. But I think we had a really good conversation about the forecast, and you'll see that this presentation is different than what was on Fridays. I think we've tried to incorporate all of their recommendations into it. So first and biggest point of this slide is that you build your forecast not assuming new money for a levy. So you build it based on what you have. As we've discussed for first six months now, revenues continue to remain flat, and we'll show some graphs in a minute on that. There is a decrease in revenue between fiscal year 27 and 28. It's mostly because we use some one-time revenue sources in fiscal year 27. So, once you use them, they're gone. So we're kind of back to where we were. Fair School Funding Plan, as we know, has not been updated. Unrestricted state aid continues to drop. We will be starting in all of 27 and really in 28, we will be at the FY 20 and 21 guarantees. So this actually helps us out. Our state aid could be lower. For those who are wondering, and there'll be a whole slide on what our percentage is now. Sad part is over half the districts in the state are now on the guarantee. So part of the Fair School Funding Plan was to get districts off the guarantee. So the idea was you would be on the formula would calculate an appropriate amount of resources and you wouldn't need the guarantee. Now we're completely backwards now. The other thing to point out is because they've pushed the forecast deadline so far forward, we are doing this without any tax settlement information from the county auditor's office, because that'll happen in a couple months. And we are doing this without, one student actually showing up for class, because this is due really before the first day of class. So we can't use any actual enrollment or property tax settlement information to make this forecast. All right, that's my soapbox for the day. If you keep going, Rob, so you can see, as Mr. Ashley talked about, and we've talked about, current revenues are anticipated to remain flat through 2031. You do see that little blip there is a 2031 renewal. This is actually the levy we've been talking about that comes up for renewal the first time in 29. So you would have the ability to renew it in 29, 2 chances in 30, and then it would drop off if it was not renewed at that point. So you would see it, and that's why it shows out there in 31. Also, just reminders, we go through all these slides. In 2024, we did a tax anticipation note. And so that adds an extra 75 million to every one of these bar graphs. So just remember that there as you're trying to look at trends. Next, please, Rob. So again, here is our property tax revenue, and you can see, thanks to property tax reform, there is virtually no increase in those revenues out through 2031. If you keep going, you can also see unrestricted state aid. Next slide, please. Unrestricted state aid does the same thing. It has basically fallen to the point where we're on the guarantee. So it's not falling any further, but it's obviously not growing as well. Next one is, I always like to pull through this slide out. This is our projected revenue analysis. So, and I know this gets picked up and repeated multiple times by the media and by the public. So you can see, local taxes are the majority of our revenue, maintains that way. State sources are about 29%. Everything else is about 14%. I will take a second to restate this. So realize that 4.2%, almost 4.3% of the state aid is actually the homestead rollback reimbursements. So those are credits that our local taxpayers get on their tax bills that the state makes us whole for, but that is based on property taxes. And then in all other revenue, that 11.8% includes both TIF and CRA payments. And I think Kevin and I calculated 72% of that 11% is TIFs and CRAs. So if you put all those things together, it changes the pie, and we really are very dependent on local property taxes or payments in lieu of taxes or reimbursements for credits.
So the next slide shows that breakdown of state share versus local share. It's currently, state share is 28%, local share is 72%. Mike had asked me, we looked at some data from about 10 years ago, and just the raw data we saw, the state share was about 46%. So you can see it's gone from 46 to 28 over that period of time. The next slide is district enrollment.
Just a second, Kevin. So just to remind folks, back when the state school funding was declared unconstitutional, the state share was around 40%. So we are what, 12% under unconstitutional at this point, and dropping. Yeah, we're 12% past unconstitutional and continuing to drop. The 47% was, I think, fiscal year 16.
Yes.
So basically 10 years.
Okay, this is important. The last time we asked for new money?
It was also the last time we asked for new money, yes.
Okay, 2016. And it was what percent from the state?
46.6.
All right.
So,
And now 10 years later, we're asking for new money, and the percentage is?
28.
So can we hold additional comments till we finish the presentation, given the late hour? Thanks. Please keep going.
So the next slide was district educated enrollment. This doesn't include preschool. And it also, as Mike mentioned, we don't have current year, we have current year signups, but we don't have kids in seats quite yet. So that will change as we go through the year, but that's what we modeled for right now. The next slide, did you want to cover this one, Mike?
Yeah, so just to mention, I mean, there are potential additional new revenue sources that we continue to explore. Sale of assets is a popular one right now. Also tell folks we will be starting to sell surplus equipment through gov deals. We're also, continue to look at fees for services, continue to look at competitive grants to reduce reliance on general fund. I mean, I like to say a lot of these things are locally can be quite significant. I mean, $500 can change a classroom completely. $5,000 could change a grade. $10,000 could change a school. But just to remember, 1% of our budget's about $6 million. So it takes a significant amount of these things to really move the forecast in any direction. All right, if you go one more slide, Rob, we'll talk about item number 2, which is the future new levies. So this is a brand new section that I don't think any of us have seen before. I don't know if the forecast was in the same prescribed thing as it was back last time we did a new levy. But it goes at the very bottom, and you can see the numbers there. They match what is certified by the auditor's office. The interesting thing about it, obviously, fiscal year 27 shows a half-year collection, and that's pretty standard for a levy that would start in January, and then you got the full years going out. Interestingly, they have a section for revenue from new levies. They do not give you a section for expenses from new levies. So what it looks like is this constantly increasing cash balance. So that is probably also by design, but that is not a realistic picture of what cash balances would be, because we are using, we'll talk about this a little bit, we're using the expenses, assuming not a levy, and then at the bottom here, you add all this money, but you don't have a chance to really go back and restate, what you would do with the levy. All right. So if you go one more slide, I also want to talk about this. This is items 3 and 4. So we went through the first 2 parts of the forecast. Items 3 or 4 are expenditures and cash balances. And we're going to kind of talk about 3 scenarios that get us through the next 4 years, and then what it looks like. If you go one slide, Rob. So previous assumption we've lived under for probably the past 4 or 5 forecasts is expenditures will equal revenue. And the board passed a resolution stating that back in November of 2024. And you can see this is the February forecast on the screen. You can see very flat going out every year the forecast. I would say I'm not sure that assumption is still valid. I think it's something for the board to talk about for sure, but the current resolution was based upon holding expenditure growth to the amount of revenue growth. But there was revenue growth back in those days. There was the Fair School Funding Plan, had increases every year, or some increase every year. We were at the 20 mil floor, so we would get increases from property reappraisals, and inside millage wasn't capped. The new funding environment of the Fair School Funding Plan plus property tax reform doesn't have any new revenue growth. There's no revenue growth built into any future year, which means it would require us to keep this assumption to find additional reductions each year to offset any unavoidable increases we would have. And I'm not sure that was the intent of the original resolution. Keep going, Rob. So what you have here in this grid, and I'm sorry, it's kind of busy, but looking at 4 years, FY27 through FY30. Our FY27 budget was approved at $634.6 million, and that was balanced to the revenues we expect this year. Means our beginning cash balance and ending cash balance for this year will be $43 million. So we can kind of assume FY27 is taken care of at this point. There are 3 scenarios to talk about here that really impact fiscal years 28, 29, and 30. So scenario A, and this is kind of where the resolution we talked about previously comes in, is the district continues to make reductions to match revenue. And you can see the 3 years there are growth of less than 0.5% in any given year, but it keeps your cash balance the same. Scenario B is what we presented at Finance Committee originally. It had small increases, so between 1% and 2% in standard expenses. We again ignored the facilities repair plan, but you can see there, there was increases in between 1.3 and 2% over those 3 years. What this scenario does, honestly, was it kept us with a positive cash balance through the current year and the 2 future years, which we'll talk about why that matters in a minute. The idea, what you could say, is we took the existing cash balance of $43 million and we spread that out over 3 years so that we would end with literally a couple $1,000s at the end of fiscal year 29. And then fiscal year 30, you would start to see the first deficits. After a lot of discussion with the finance committee about our assumptions, about the forecast, we create a third scenario, which is scenario C. I think this is the one recommended by them. Increases are a little larger each year, so this is about 2 to 4%, which probably is inflationary at this point, maybe a little behind inflation. It also funds 10% of the facilities repair plan each year, which is probably your biggest single line you'll see, and Kevin can go through the details. But what that looks like, again, is that your ending cash balance in fiscal year 28 ends at $14 million, and you start to see deficits in fiscal year 29 and fiscal year 30. Fiscal year 27, 28, and 29 are the ones that are evaluated by the Department of Education for fiscal distress. And so there are consequences to having a negative number in any of those 3 years, which we can talk about in a future slide. But scenario 3 is probably the most relevant based on the trends we're seeing, and matches much closely to what other districts would be preparing. But it does disregard, the resolution that we've been working under for the past couple of years. So if you keep going, Rob, not to bring this back, I feel like it's kind of a broken record, but expenditure reductions, and part of this, especially, all these scenarios probably require some reductions every year from what people want to spend. Scenario A requires obviously the most stringent. B is probably a little more forgiving, but you can see, we're back to these same proposals that we talked about as part of the budget process. We're not recommended, school consolidations, transportation reductions, elimination of extracurriculars and sports, and increased class sizes. Next slide. And I think one more slide just to kind of talk about is the ODEW fiscal distress categories. So again, they look at the current year plus the next 2 years. Last time we got a letter from them was in fiscal year 21. So, and same issue, that there was a deficit in year 3. So not in the current year, the 2 years, 3 years, and third year. They do ask you for a plan of corrections that the district has to build up and file. They do understand if you have a levy on the ballot, that your levy is your first option. That's your primary option. That's why there's a levy on the ballot. But they also require you to create a plan B. So you can see there between fiscal caution and fiscal watch, we would probably be looking at fiscal watch for the third year, which require a plan of corrections. I would say it's the same work we're going to do. So I think one of the things that comes out of, we talked about this at finance briefly, is in our future discussions, we really need to create 2 budgets for next year. We need to create a budget if the levy passes and a budget if the levy fails, and we need to kind of run those concurrently. So a lot of the same work that we would do, to submit a plan to ODEW is going to be the same things that we're going to have to discuss in the budget conversation. All right, I'll turn it back to Kevin for a few more.
So just one thing I like about this graph is it really demonstrates that the bulk of our expenditures for the district relate to salaries and benefits. So clearly that's why it's such a hard discussion when we talk about budgets. Where can you cut there? It affects kids, and we recognize that, but just so the public is aware of that breakdown. The next slide is total expenditures overview. Just kind of wanted to point out here, this is based on scenario C. And so in those last 3 or 4 years, the total increase is about 9.3%. So if you break that down on average, it's about 3.1 each year. So again, that's the third scenario. The next slide shows that summary with no new levy. So assuming the levy were not to pass, using the assumptions we've already talked about, that shows what the ending cash balance would theoretically be negative 156. So just to show that. The next slide is doing that same thing, assuming the levy were to pass. And as Mike said, we can't really build in those additional expenditures. We know that we're really holding expenditures down. So it's not that the levy's going to pass and we're going to have a lot of excess money. We're going to have to make strategic decisions. We're going to have expenditures related to strategic plan, other priorities of the district. So, but the way the format is set up, this is the summary of that.
And then I think the next slide, I think, is mine. This is the days of cash on hand, which is always, I think, the scariest slide in our slide deck here. So we're currently looking at having 25 days of cash on hand. You know, and the way you do this is you take your ending year-end balance, divide by, you basically take your budget, divide by 365, and then take your year-end balance and divide by that. 25 days is not where you want to be. We really should be closer to 60 for really sound financial management. Just as a reminder to folks, you know, your year-end cash balance is not a budget surplus. It is the best way I can think of it is the amount of money in your checkbook at the end of the month. So if you think about the end of the month after you've paid all your bills, how much money is left in the checkbook. These are very low numbers. We're able to survive with them, but there is no excess unused money. Also need to remind folks that our funding comes kind of in a cyclical basis. So we get a little bit of money in state aid every month, twice a month, but we get really the bulk of our money twice a year in property tax settlements and property tax advances. And so we have peaks and valleys. One of the most important things we have to do is have enough cash in the bank to make it through the valley. Yeah, we would obviously always want to increase our cash on hands, but you can see, you know, again, this is scenario C. You can see how our cash on hand goes quickly from 25 days to 8 days to negative. So, and then finally, Kevin, I think you wanted to talk about.
So the next slide is just, I won't go through all the details, but it just gives you in a very short window from November of 24 to where we are now, all of the factors that have changed. So if you were to go back and look at the November, October 24 forecast, I mean, we're making assumptions based on the information we have at that time. Certainly, and we're all aware of this, there's been a lot of movement over that period of time, but this just kind of puts it in a format to make that, because I've heard things like, well, how could the district spend monies, and it's a district issue. It's really not a district issue. Certainly we want to be the best stewards that we can be, but there are other outside pressures that are affecting our finances as well.
So before we go to questions, just for sake of approval, what we've done tonight, as we traditionally do, is we have included the forecast, again, scenario C, as well as the forecast notes, which are required. We've included both of those items in the treasurer's report. We've done that for quite some time, that the approval of the forecast is included in the approval of the treasurer's report, which is part of the consent agenda.
Alrighty, do board members have questions? Board Member Armbruster.
I just want to do a quick recap of how we got here. So Kevin mentioned, we've seen a decrease in state support and an over-reliance on local funds by 18% in the last 10 years. We've also seen 39% inflation between now and 2016. So the district has not only not asked for additional funds from local, we have lost funds from the state level that have shifted over to local reliance, while also seeing inflation rate of almost 40% in that 10-year period. And 76% of our budget is personnel related. So it's not exactly something we could control in a way that wouldn't have made us keep up with inflation so that we had employees that could live and want to work with us. So I just want to help provide that context of there are absolutely things the district could have done differently over the last 10 years, but there's also some very real financial implications that were outside of our control in the last 10 years. And so I greatly appreciate the true forecast, which has us actually investing in 10% of our facilities plan, because it is not something that we can continue to push off forever. So I think it's very realistic, especially when we're getting things like 4 inches of rain in 2 hours. Our facilities are not meant to keep up with that type of weather. So I listened to the budget committee meeting. I appreciated the comments there. I appreciate where this landed because I think it is much truer and more realistic. I do wish we could include all the investments that we would be making with these dollars rather than pretending like it's going to go straight to the bank, because I think what we have seen through the strategic plan presentation tonight is there are investments that we would really like to make to improve student outcomes. And it is not maintaining the status quo, and it is not just reinstating all the cuts we've made over the last 3 years. And I want that to be very clear to anyone that is still with us tonight. So just thank you for your work. I know this has been a big lift. And I think we landed in a place that feels more true and realistic to the financial scenario that we're actually facing. So thank you.
If I can just say one thing to and thank you for the comments. I do think, and I know we've probably got between Kevin and I, we probably have 4 forecasts, that we've worked through. Unfortunately, we can only file 1, and the one that gets filed is, the official, the one that people will see. And so, definitely appreciate, the feedback, the guidance from the budget committee. That really helped us kind of crystallize our thinking about which way to go. And I know it's not perfect for sure, but I think it is closer to where the district will end up.
Other board members? Board Member Bolton.
Thank you very much. Mike, could you talk just a little bit more about the deficit piece from a standpoint when that happens, and then talk a little bit more about, okay, when would we be in the early stages? I think there's 3 different stages or categories of when the state gets involved. Talk a little bit more about the state and talk a little bit about the timing. Because I think it helps me think.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So kind of the way what the state looks for are deficits in the current fiscal year and then the next 2 years. Obviously, if you're projecting a deficit in your current fiscal year, that is a much bigger issue. The current forecast, obviously we've approved the budget for this year. We're not, we have cash balance, we've balanced for this year, so that year is fine. Based on scenario C, we were looking at, spending most of our cash balance in fiscal year 28, and then going negative in fiscal year 29, which would be the third of 3 years the state looks at. If you go a couple slides forward, Rob, so people can see on the screen, go back one. to the, yeah. So fiscal distress is the broad category the Higher Department of Education workforce uses. And this is kind of a joint effort between ODEW and the auditor state, but they look at some different trigger conditions. It's basically your operating deficit and what percent that is of the prior year's general fund revenue, right? So most likely we are, what do we say? We are probably in the fiscal caution based on where we would be between fiscal caution and fiscal watch. There is definitely some leeway between the state and what they can do. Honestly, for us, it's kind of the same issue. You know, we're going to have a plan of corrections for the year where things go negative. So really, we're looking at fiscal year 29. Again, like they've said, and we looked at kind of previous letters that were sent. You know, if you have a levy on the ballot, they assume that's your plan A. You know, and so, but they obviously want you to have a plan B. There is, you know, local control is maintained. It is more of a collaborative thing between the board and the state. You know, they're willing to add resources to assist you with the work. They just want to see a plan moving forward, so that, you know, you're not getting worse. Fiscal emergency is obviously the worst. Fiscal emergency changes everything. That is when you start to lose local control. It is quite rare. I know we've had one district in the county that's happened to recently, so it's kind of seared into everyone's memory, but it is quite rare, and it requires either being in fiscal watch and being non-compliant with the directives, or having a significant operating deficit, you know, in your forecast. Did I answer your questions, Ms. Bolton?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Other board members? All right. Want to thank the presentation. I think it's important for us to acknowledge one other part to us using C, which is a part of the revenue generated from some lovely language that they've used now, is that the revenue you generate in a new levy is supposed to go towards the stuff you're already doing, in theory. So if what we are committing to doing is all of these things that are necessary for the district, including facilities work, it is more true to that thought process of what we were committing to do. In the past, you would do your operational levies where you could have new programming or new ideas or new concepts. It's another thing that the state decided to make true about how you put levies on, is that your levy can't talk about doing something new. That's talk about you doing the things you're already currently doing, which is, again, somewhat ridiculous if you, for instance, were putting on a levy to build a building or do all these other fun stuff that, or you had new programs that were needed in your district that you didn't have. It's just kind of a silly thing that the state law changes have done. But again, I think it's more realistic to put down the scenario C as what we inherently will be doing or would do, and then be required to adjust if we had to come up with a plan B, basically. Any other thoughts? Board Member Mappessy or lights on?
I guess I'm just trying, I'm trying to just process my thoughts here. So ultimately, it is the recommendation, and I wasn't at the full, well, I left budget early, but it's the recommendation to ultimately increase our expenses to then prompt us to potentially go into fiscal emergency by the state. Am I interpreting this correctly? Just help me process it.
So our goal is never fiscal emergency, right? Our goal really isn't to be in fiscal watch.
Or fiscal caution.
But as we went through the scenarios, and I think, you know, the scenario we presented at finance originally, we tried really hard to walk the line between holding down expenses so that we would have positives in all the years, in the current year and the 2-4. And you can see, I mean, if you look, we were going to finish the year with like $13,000 to the positive. And after a lot of discussion, after a lot of feedback, I think the will of the committee was definitely to go back and look at those expenses again. And part of it is the question of, how much can at this point the district really reduce? How many years can we not fund the facilities repair plan? I mean, that's been a question, and we continue to push it year over year. And at some point you can't ignore it, right? At some point things are going to break in a way that is catastrophic. And the other conversation that we had, and I think it's a key is we've been through 3 years of very painful cuts. We all just finished a very painful budget process. I think we're still hearing the bits and pieces of the budget process, even the conversations before now tonight are all kind of pieces of that. And so the question is, are there additional reductions? Enough of those additional reductions to keep our growth and expenditure below where the state's going to take notice. Ideally, if there was, if the state was fully funding or even partially funding the Fair School Funding Plan, we wouldn't be in this spot. We would see increases.
I get that, but my concern is, does the state allow us to kind of preemptively say, before we kind of get to that year, that we are in fiscal caution, whatever the fiscal challenges are? Or do we have to at least reflect that we've gone through the year of we've reached our threshold with what we're able to fund within that particular year before we can say we are now in a state of fiscal caution? Does that make sense?
I think so. So kind of the next steps here. So assuming the forecast is approved tonight, we have until the last day of the month to file. We can file any time between now and the 31st. It usually takes a little bit of time to package it. There's a very specific upload format you have to do with EMIS, and it's a lot. From that point, they will evaluate the forecast. They'll look at it each year. They look at all 600 districts. And the next thing you'll get is a letter to the board, to the superintendent treasurer, saying, hey, we noticed, your third year of the forecast shows a deficit. What is your plan to avoid that? And we can preemptively have that plan today, right? We could have that plan today. I think we kind of know what some of those things are. Obviously, plan A of that is if there's a new levy in the neck between now and then, that those new monies would more than make up for the deficit, you're good. Plan B would be, in again the 3-year period we're looking at, making reductions so that the negative in that third year becomes a positive. And we have the whole 3 years to do it. I think you're right to say, the best thing to do would be to make reductions that cut across multiple years, so you're not feeling as much pain in 1 year. But we would have 60 days to come up with a formal plan. The board would need to approve it. And like I said, I think it will pretty much match our budget work, if that makes sense, because we're going to have to do a very similar thing for next year's budget. We're going to have to build a budget for next year, assuming the levy doesn't pass, so that we're able to go forward, as hard as that may be. And then we're going to have to build a budget for next year, assuming the levy does pass. That allows us to kind of show, where the growth's going to be, what's going to be invested, and what's going to be funded. I feel like I missed your question there. I feel like
No, I think maybe to the best of your ability. I mean, I have concerns about what's being communicated, but that's it for now.
Dr. Moffitt?
So I had an opportunity to sit in on the budget committee meeting, so thank you all for having me. I left with the opinion that I believe that scenario B was my selection. I think that scenario C is very gloom and doom, and I understand why that may be the perspective of some. However, I think that scenario C is a potential, but there are other things that are not being considered that are options on the table. I think to President Craig's continual request that we talk about the budget early, this gives us an opportunity to have an inclusive discussion about the budget early. And inclusive meaning as a full board at the beginning of the year on a monthly basis, which we've never done before, what we would be forced to do and we need to do anyway. And it wouldn't be siloed. It could be directed by the budget committee, more detail oriented, but the board needs to have these types of discussions anyway. And so that's something that we've never done and we quite frankly need to do, and we would be forced to do under scenario B. And I think that that's what could be done as an option. I do think that one thing that has been missing from past discussions for the past 10 years, certainly from the past 5 that I've been on the board, is authentic community engagement and discussion around the status of the district. Since I've been on the board, and I'll speak for myself, I have consistently heard that the community they don't understand school funding. They have miscommunicated interpretations of where we are. If you look at Facebook, when we post about the levy, oh, how about you spend your money more efficiently? Yet we continue to get audited, yet we continue to have budget meetings. We have an internal auditor. We have all kinds of audits and reports that show we're fiscally responsible, and yet people don't know that. So we are not as effectively communicating our finances as we think we are. And I'm going to dare say we're also not communicating as effectively to the community our status and where we are. Yet we seem to be very effective with saying that it's the state's fault, because everybody seems to know that it's the state's fault, but we're not really effectively communicating where we are, and I think we can do a better job of that. For whatever the reason, I think community communication and involvement from this board and from the past administrations over the past 10 years needs to increase. People keep thinking that they don't understand. We've not asked for new money. We're now saying that, and they keep saying, well, we just passed your levy. We just passed your levy. They don't understand. We got the nice little slinky thing, Jen called it, and now you say it over again. It's been 5 levies. They've been renewals. They don't get that. And so we need to do a different job, and I think this is an opportunity to do that, and we can do that under scenario B and have a little bit of time. I think if we do scenario C, I think that sends a message to our current staff that is gloom and doom. I certainly wouldn't feel the most comfortable seeing all that red right there and being under those types of conditions. And so what is that saying to the community, and what is that saying to our staff? And I think we need to really rethink that. Also, we took, after significant pressure, bullying, and intimidation, the income tax levy off of our vote. For my particular vote was in exchange for collaborative communications with the county and the city for potential spring options, which none of that has been even talked about, looked at, considered, or anything. So I think we have options. We've got a levy in November. We've got possibilities of other things, and I'm not saying that we bank on those things and put them in our forecast to bank as definitives, but I definitely think to demonstrate a C possibility scenario feels as if we've limited our options, and I would much rather present a more positive scenario, which is what I left the meeting feeling that there was the possibility of, rather than to just force ourselves closer to a fiscal distress scenario, that I think we need to do that at this present time. I just think that we as a full board, not as one or two, need to work on this budget collaboratively so that we all know what's going on, and that we also engage the county and the city and ask for the moon, because everybody now knows that we need money. Since they said that they didn't, now they do. Maybe if we ask for the moon, we'll get a sales tax. I don't know, maybe. But we'll ask for it. Maybe we'll get some help from the city, but we will have asked, and we will have exhausted options before we just go into the red. So my vote will not be for C, my vote will be for B, in that we work immediately and multitask at the same time to do more than one thing at the same time. And it's also with working on this budget. And we still have options that we have not exercised. Can you go to that slide? I don't know what slide is that, that we had options that we haven't even, I don't want those options, but we still had options that that we chose to not exercise. And let's talk to the community. Let's engage the community. Again, we've got things on the table that are not the best choices, but they are choices, and I would much rather see us exercise some of those choices rather than throw us towards something that may be inevitable, but at least we came out fighting. So option B, more inclusivity with this board, more community engagement, more community communication, more communication with the board. And then we work together to President Craig's point on the budget starting in the fall, on scenario B. It's my choice.
All right. Board Member Bolton?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody's comments. And I don't like the chart either. It's very discouraging. But just as we cannot pass a forecast based upon the levy passing, I think we have demonstrated time and time again that we can't pass a forecast based on the assumption that this board will cut what we have to cut to avoid C. It is going to be a falsehood to lay groundwork with our public that is not as honest and as brutal as it needs to be. We cannot build a forecast assuming this board will take action. And we cannot build a forecast believing that the levy will pass. Those two things influence my decision as to why I, as one member of Finance Committee and a board, would say that the real has to be demonstrated. And whether that's in expenses or it's in inflation or whether it's the reality that we have deferred maintenance, whatever it may be, I unfortunately have to say that I think C is the most honest approach with the public and among ourselves. And I really appreciate the Treasurer's Department from going back and working through this, because they were working from all multiple kinds of opportunities and perspectives. And I think this is the truth, and it's a hard truth, but I think it's fair. After all, we have waited 10 years for new money, and we can all do a better job communicating. But C, I think, is the fairest and the most honest.
Okay. I want to maybe ask a couple questions directly to the treasurer about this, just so that we're also all operating with the same understanding. If we were to use scenario B, that actually is meaning we were cutting people, positions, buildings, everything is what we're going to say we're committed to doing. Because the only way you keep the expenses down below what they would go up each year would be saying that we're going to make severe cuts every year to reach that number, correct?
That is correct. I mean, I think yes, A and B both require significant cuts every year.
The 5-year, or well, not 5-year forecast, the forecast now, it's no longer the 5-year forecast. The forecast now is not our budget. The forecast is what we tell the state we are projecting where our expenses will go, we're projecting where our revenue might stay at and or go, given our lovely support from the state. But our budget itself is something totally different. And that may be part of what we would do is your plan B might be reflective of those things you've identified as part of your budget process that you would get to meet those things. But it would not necessarily be, our budget won't be per se the amount that's in our forecast for those outgoing years, because those things could also change, right?
Yeah, I always like to think of forecast as a little bit higher level, budget, and it's obviously a much longer time horizon, but for a long time I thought of the forecast as kind of the box, right? The forecast is the box your budget fits in. And unfortunately, I think, and for the most part, and again, to go back to kind of some of the terminology here, we've heard the word honest used a lot. I don't want people to think that prior forecasts weren't honest, because for a long time our box grew. So the box got bigger so we could put a little more stuff in, so we were good. We had a little more stuff to put in the box, but the box was bigger so we could still close the lid. These last 2 or 3 years, it's been very hard to close the lid. This year especially, like it took every last little bit. This is one where the lid doesn't quite close and you got to like wrap the duct tape around the outside to get the box to close. And so, and so, yeah, this is a very high level, even at the level the state looks at. We're looking at big picture trends. I'm not going in and saying, these 300 employees, you better watch out with the forecast. Now we're looking at the overall size of salaries and benefits and how much that will grow or how much that will stay the same. The real work every year is taking that target and translating it into actual spend, and we can, even between categories, and a lot you can see if you go back to one of the things, we have, as salaries and benefits we've become much more of a personnel-based district. And you can see that the pie chart we do every year, salaries and benefits becomes a bigger and bigger slice, and supplies and services becomes a smaller and smaller slice. And that's just a natural thing. But on the overall size of the forecast, the big numbers, revenue and expenses, those are the numbers you really look at over a long period of time. And that's why, there's percentages up here. I'm looking at percentages. I'm not looking at, this department, this team, this school, but understand, in order to change those percentages, some of those difficult things on the next slide are probably the most likely ways to get there.
And then the other thing is just as an acknowledgement, if we were to keep our our expenditures flat as our revenue is projected to do, next year we're talking about 21 million just off the bat, that we're coming off a comparison of A and B, right? Like,
yeah,
I think it's
scenario A is legitimately $21 million of cuts going into next year. And again, it assumes that we kick all of the facility repairs down the road again. At some point that's not going to be possible, and it's going to come back in a very bad way on us.
So again, I appreciate the work that was done. I think there's been lively discussion. I just wanted to make sure that we were all kind of operating with the same understanding of what's being asked and what's being recommended from the Treasurer's Office, from the Treasurer and his team. And so at this point, I believe we have to pass some forecast today in order for us to file it on time, because if we don't, there's a cost to that also.
That will actually put you instantly in fiscal caution. Yeah.
So not passing a forecast.
The
yes.
failure to pass a forecast will put you right there.
Again, I think it's worth also mentioning the timing of this forecast is just also so backwards to how you would ever do your budget, because you're doing it without any knowledge of any of the tax bases coming in or any of the enrollment numbers, so you can't do some projections. But all that to be said, the chair will entertain a motion to the floor. So.
Forecast C.
Okay.
And look for a second.
Second.
All righty. Is there any further discussion?
Just point of order, it's in the treasurer's report, right?
Oh,
So we
okay,
need
yeah.
to vote on it when we get to the
wait,
treasurer's report.
Well, do we? I guess maybe general counsel. This might be. Oh, okay.
It's in the treasurer's report as forecast C is in the treasurer's report per history. For the last, I don't know how many years, we've always put it in the treasurer's report. Now, this is the first year where I think we've had this level of discussion, so that may be something as we plan agendas for next year. Whoever the board president is, when we do this in February, we can maybe talk about pulling it out. But
I will say, in fairness, also, I'm working off of like 2 hours of sleep, so I probably should have known it was in there. But
there's an sorry.
Let me see. Let me go, Mr. Lindy, and then Ms. Bolton.
I was going to say, there's clearly been enough discussion that probably warrants a vote outside of the consent agenda. I think my point of order was just, let's do that, clarifying we're doing that now. There's a motion, there's a second, we
Absolutely.
can vote, and then we'll.
Absolutely.
That's
Board Member Bolton.
in fairness to the discussion that was taking place, and in fairness to the fact that the treasurer presented 3 alternatives, even though C is in the treasurer's report, I think it's fair that there be a separate vote based on the discussion that took place.
Absolutely. And then Vice President Moffitt.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question, because I'm a little confused as to what the whole point of this was. If it was already in the consent agenda for C, is that customary that you just take the recommendation of the committee? Because is it that the committee was recommending C, but we just had you just put this out here for everybody to get awareness of? I guess I'm just, because I didn't want C. So what was the point of putting this out here for everyone's awareness, just for?
I can answer this. We in the past have done this, and it's again, generally in the past we have not had much contention around the 5-year forecast or any of the forecasts. So it's always been just something that's presented, and then it's a part of the treasurer's report. I think, again, to that point, we've had a little bit more discussion this time around because of the differences in options that we're presenting, as well as some of the different feelings around those options. But it is historically, since at least every year that I've been here that we've done it, it has been presented, Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance gives some thoughts. It's then presented to the board, and then it's voted on as part of the treasurer's report. Now, we've done the treasurer's report differently over the years, so some years it's in the treasurer's report. We voted on those things separate, as opposed to now when we have a consent agenda. But I believe the last 2 years that we've had a consent agenda, we've just done the forecast as part of the consent agenda.
yeah, there was one time we forgot, and we got considerable pushback from that because we forgot to put it in the treasurer's report.
Right.
But to answer your question, I think this forecast is unlike any of the previous ones we've done for a lot of reasons. The levy, I think, is obviously one, but also trying to really pin down what expenditures look like, and part of it is, the past probably 5 forecasts have been based on a set of assumptions that discussion says may no longer be valid. And so, yeah, the point of this presentation was to for the board's awareness, the full board's awareness, and to walk through, kind of how we got to scenario C.
Okay, I'm just, I don't want to belabor the point, but I just feel as if it just feels disingenuous, which is exactly what I just said, that we needed to stop, because I felt like I did not want a C. So I just felt like that I left the meeting thinking that we had something different. And so again, you know, if that's the recommendation of the committee and this is the normal process that I've known it to be, that it was really not up for discussion, but I'm wondering why this feels different this particular time. So I just wanted to say that.
Board Member Bolton.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think if there was a mistake, it probably was that the treasurer's report probably needed to not be in the consent agenda this week. But this is normal practice, putting the forecast in. And I think in fairness to the treasurer and the administration, I think that it was in the interest of transparency that all three options were presented. And obviously discussed in finance, and this is what we arrived to. And I think that I do think it warrants, if the chair will agree, a separate vote if people feel comfortable doing that and being able to state where they are. And appreciate the discussion everybody's had.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We've had discussion. Is there any further discussion at this time? All right. Hearing none, Treasurer Guston, call the vote.
Okay, so Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lundy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
No.
Vice President Moffett,
No for C.
President Craig.
Yes. All right. So the measure is passed, I believe. Yep. Again, this is like a little sleep for me right now, so I'm trying my best here. What we will do is we will amend the treasurer's report also, just because we reflected it, pulling it out and voting on it separate. Thanks, Kevin. All right. The next thing on our agenda are our board matters. Again, I gave to the board an opportunity to present any concerns they had with regards to the change in the procedures as far as our travel and as far as the board operating under the same guidance with travel and reimbursements as the rest of the district. And so some concerns were raised, and so what I've offered out is that if someone wants to place a motion for us to operate in a different form or fashion, is welcome to do so. And if there's a second, then we would have that discussion and vote. But put it out there for that particular board matter.
So I said, this was my topic again. I said the only issue that I had was with regard to the reimbursement. As I said before, we're not considered staff. We got a nasty email saying that I was asking for something different. I'm not asking for something different. I just wanted it to be for board members who are not considered staff to be how it was previously, which was no change for the reimbursement part. We didn't have a reimbursement part because board members don't have P cards. And so I'm fine with whatever it is. I wasn't asking for anything special for board treatment, unlike the perception that was portrayed. But listen, I'm fine with whatever it is. I do not think, for the record, I do not think that board members should get $5,000 a year and a little less than that by the time we pay $250 for incidentals. Put money out that we have to get reimbursed if we decide to do any type of professional development. We are not considered staff for any other reason. And so we're considered for the state, we do get the professional development money. And so I was just saying I didn't want to have to put that money out to have to get it reimbursed. However, my colleagues do not agree. And so I am fine with whatever the other 6 of you decide to do. Not asking for any special treatment for the record. So whatever it is, it is.
The other board matter placed or requested was with regards to creating an information or fact sheet for our website around the upcoming levy that was voted on out of this out of the board and will be on the ballot. This is a request from Board Member Bolden. I kind of will give a slight update that I got. So in preparation for this, which is that there is an opportunity to place information, and specifically around like what's in the, or what's the actual ballot, like the amounts, the dollars that would be in there, you know, that type of stuff. Not necessarily any persuasive language, so it can be factual but not persuasive, is what my understanding is. But Board Member Bolden wants to raise any additional
Thank
thoughts.
you. That summarizes as I understand it too, because I've had a number of people say, okay, now tell me about the levy and can I get on the website? I said there's limits on what we're allowed to say or not say, but it is my understanding that in the near future, there will be a site on the CPS website that at least has the bare minimum information available. And I don't know if it's general counsel or a treasurer who knows more about that, but and when that will be live, so that we can tell people where to find it on our website, because that's the natural thing. That's where they're going to go. They don't know yet who Case is or any of that kind of stuff, although there's that too, but they'll come to the district website.
Said well. The district is able to provide factual information to the public regarding the district's finances and the impact that the passage or failure of a levy or bond issue might have. However, school districts and personnel are not allowed to use public funds to influence others to support or oppose the levy. So the communications department has it ready to launch. We are reviewing it to make sure we're on the right side of the law, but yes, it will be launched very shortly.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. I can be brief. This is an inquiry. Do we do the two board matters?
Yeah.
Okay, if I bring up one inquiry. We had 16 people at hearing on the public tonight. 14 of them addressed the same issue, which is this issue of how we're allocating social worker capacity across the district and focused on ELL versus focused on school. Could the superintendent share your thinking about that decision?
Absolutely. We received calls and questions during the Principals Leadership Institute because they had not yet received what their school social worker assignment was. I did ask if I could have a copy of that, intending to share it. What I received had multiple pairings of schools, 18 to be exact, and so that concerned me based on the conversations we had through the budget season. So I asked them, with the direction of Dr. Reeves, to go back and review that to see if that was absolutely necessary. And so my understanding is there has been adjustments made in order to address that. But in an effort to address that, it also impacts school social workers who had been considered multiple language learner school social workers. So what we discussed was looking at the most high need school in terms of the number of students in those schools who spoke a different language, if they could be assigned there first. And I believe that's what the committee has done.
I think given, two things are true. It's very late, and I don't want to keep people here later. I think the other thing that's true is I was just quite compelled by some of the folks who came tonight, and this is an issue I think I could stand to learn more about. Could you just share with the board in writing a summary of what the issue is, what the decision was, whose decision it was, and what the rationale was? And then if I have some follow-up questions, I can follow up with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I will also note the one assignment that I kind of gave us all is for the superintendent to send us the strategic plan slide deck, and that we all provide a response, and that superintendent and maybe myself and Dan will just kind of talk through a way to share out what everybody's responses is to those things. So we'll make that an official assignment, and that we can have that information to us the week before our next board meeting, which is the 14th. Vice President Moffitt.
So I don't know if I need to formalize this, but I actually asked a question that was asked and unanswered now for 2 board meetings, and so I'm going to ask it again. And maybe you all can vote on it if it needs to be an official assignment. It did not make it to the agenda this time. So I asked about Bramble's magnet status at the last meeting for information around that. I asked at the last meeting, my assignment was around the enrollment of Bramble. And then we learned that Bramble was now a magnet school, which it was not. We had not received an update around that. And so I asked for an update of that. It did not make it to this meeting. So I don't know if other board members would like that. I would like to learn about when Bramble became a magnet, because when we first talked about it at its opening, it was not a magnet. It was going to be researched to be one, and now we've learned that it is one. When we have schools that are magnets, if they're neighborhood magnets, that's one thing, like Pleasant Ridge Montessori, but a magnet school does come with transportation, and so we had not confirmed that Bramble would be a magnet. We had not approved that as a board, so that's new to me. So I asked for a presentation around Bramble's magnet status. That needs to be apparently formalized as a request, that I'd like that. Additionally, and the assignment sheet is not updated, which is what I had asked. I sent an email about that. But additionally, we had had a significant number of visitors around the Fairview, and Board Member Mapp had asked about an update for an outside agency. We had kind of formalized that as an assignment, which didn't make it to the assignment sheet as well. So my subsequent question now is, can we have the process on assignments and follow-ups? Last year when I was president, what I had established was we needed to make sure that the board member who was making the assignment actually got a chance to look at that assignment on the sheet, and then make sure that when it came off, it got approved by the board member who made the request, so that they could confirm that their actual request was finished. So when I looked at the assignment sheet today, some of my assignments weren't even on the sheet since like June. And so I need to understand what's the process for assignments, particularly the ones that I'm requesting, and then do we have a formalized process for completion and getting them on the actual assignment sheet, and then completion for getting them done?
What we usually do, Dr. Moffitt, is Tuesdays, our senior leadership team meets. The concern probably is this latter part of July, we had not met because of different people being on vacation at different times. And so, yes, probably since that last assignment or two, we have gotten a little bit behind. We will get that caught up immediately. I did send an email to the full board today regarding your questions around Bramble. When you get a chance, it was just today, so clearly you haven't had a chance to see those yet. And usually we respond on the assignments prior to the following board meeting. I just think in this case, it was because of all of our schedules being very different. Actually, the month of July, we all had different schedules.
I'm sure. I haven't seen it. I did just check, and I haven't seen it yet, so I'll definitely check again. But would it be most helpful if our staff was able to maybe capture some of that too, so that there's that additional level of support for the team? I just don't know. Maybe if there's a way that perhaps we could assist with that as well, we can kind of explore some of that too, because I want to be able to have it be a support rather than to be cumbersome, but I want to make sure that it's all getting captured too. So just wanted to see if it could be formalized, so I can understand it, because I know it's definitely being missed, but for sure, I didn't see it, but I did just check, but I'll check again, but wanted to see if maybe Ms. Phyllis, you could capture some of the assignments too. So thank you all very much, appreciate it.
All right. Again, I think we have, we can certainly review the process for assignments. I think we and certainly review timelines as far as getting things onto the chart. Again, I think there's levels to which we will be able to do things one meeting at a time, and also every board member is always able to request something to be on the agenda. So every time we have a meeting, we give every board member an opportunity. Board members have put their requests in, and we continue to do that. Board Member Armbruster.
I was just gonna say, I do actually understand the confusion of like when we ask and like when it gets back. So I think I did see the response from Bramble in your board update today. But what might be helpful moving forward is that amazing Google Doc that you have that has the assignments and then where people put the completion is like if the board member that requested it could get like tagged in the Google Doc when it's updated, that would maybe be helpful because then we get an email alert that says it has been input. So just maybe an opportunity to help improve that process.
Yep. And again, I think these are certainly great suggestions and things that we can work through within administration. So always great to accept innovative ways to make sure we're getting all the information together. Any other board matters, inquiries, assignments? Board Member Bolton.
Thank you very much. An assignment to the administration, this has come to my attention, and I think it's come to the administration's attention too, perhaps to review transportation, board policies regarding transportation and sibling transportation as it pertains particularly to older or younger siblings that are going to the same school. And the older sibling is required to go on Metro, and the younger sibling is going to be picked up yellow bus. I know the major reason last year when we looked into this, it certainly is the cost per student was a concern to us. But I think looking at the numbers as to how many that would actually pertain and looking at board policy regarding transportation and sibling priority would be helpful. And this particularly, I don't think it's just Spencer, but it is it might be a couple of the K-8 buildings particularly that we might be looking at, that this is really causing great concern. So that would be if it pleases the rest of the board to do so, I would like to assign that to the administration.
I don't see any objections at this point. So then again, a review of the sibling transportation policy would be helpful. Maybe just as a clarification, would you prefer that to be something that is brought back to us as like in an email or brought back as a presentation, or do you have a preference on that?
Right now, a memo summarizing what they've found and what the cost would be rather than anything else.
Okay. Yep. And again, we'll try and do some of that in the future, just making sure what type of format folks would prefer some of these things to be brought back to them. That way we can at least get some of that information also caught in the actual assignment. But any other board members, assignments, inquiries? All right, seeing none. A consent agenda has been distributed. We have since modified it or amended it to pull out the forecast. I gotta get used to not saying 5-year forecast, but just forecast. And so, do any board members have any exceptions to the amended consent agenda? Board Member Matt.
Just need to abstain from the treasurer's report.
Alrighty.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let poor Mike get a chance to turn the page there.
Come on, Mike.
Treasurer Guston, call the vote.
Gonna have to give me a second to write these things down. All right. Ms. Armbruster,
Yes.
Ms. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Crossett,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Vice President Moffett, President Gregg.
Yes. Alrighty. Having no further business, I want to wish everybody, by the way, a happy start to the school year. Wednesday is going to be a great day, but the chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
All right.